chat. We got another one. Welcome to Helmsman Reacts number 3. Oh man, there's a lot. I just in the prep for this scrolled up through the Discord channel or the Discord thread to see all the incredible articles and videos and stuff that we could potentially go over today, and there is quite a bit. Holy crap! Like way more than I realized there was, which is good. Good. I'd rather have too much to go through than too little. But it's going to be a good one tonight. We've got women choosing bears over men. We've got more video game AAA going up in flames. We've got BlackRock L's. We've got corrupt mayors going to jail. We've got all kinds of stuff. We've got furries teaching class at UC Berkeley as well. That'll be a fun one. So I think last time we also let me know if anything is off with volumes as well. Just let me know if music's too loud, video's too loud or quiet, or voice is too loud, quiet. Just let me know, and I will adjust accordingly. But I think we can go ahead and get into it. Last time we started off, before we got into the more heavy stuff, we started off with an appetizer, as we should say. Actually, let me bring in. Let me switch the music to the calmer music. Okay, bring this down actually. It needs to be very, 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 very quiet so it doesn't overwhelm anything. But yeah, last time we started off with a lighthearted appetizer. And I think that's a good way to kind of, ease into the stream. It's like foreplay, chat. It's like foreplay. We want to, get a little stimulation going before we hit on major nerve clusters and the like. So, having said that, let me just go ahead and move right into my presentation scene. And now, the chat go. No problem. Let me make sure that the chat is all right. Let me pop this out. That. I've gotten so much better at doing troubleshooting live. That. There we go. There she is. Okay, with that, we're going to start off with something that I hope none of you all can relate to. But I know that people out there can relate to this, which is disturbing. What is that, you might ask? What is that? That? Shit, I'm on the wrong tab. Okay. This over. Okay. Should be good now. All right. First article. Woman gets vibrator stuck in bladder in sex romp gone wrong. This woman somehow managed to sneak into the men's Olympics and take the gold on this one, chat. Now, you might have noticed. Oh, I don't know why. It's a little weird in the positioning, isn't it? It's a little strange. It should be okay though. Let me scroll. It's really small. Let me. There you go. Right there. That's better. And actually, what I could do Actually, you know what? I don't want to change it because it's set up for YouTube videos as well. I don't want to have to keep changing it back and forth. So we'll deal with it there. But anyway, yeah. Um, so ridiculous. Oh my god. Uh, these were some bad vibrations. An Arizona woman needed surgery to remove a sex toy that somehow got stuck in her bladder while still vibrating, according to a report. Oh my god. Can you imagine? I can't imagine something in the bladder. It's like a stir stick. It's like a vibrating stir stick just churning up your piss inside your body. Oh my god. Like how do you let it get this far? That's my main question, really. Is how does, like, from start to finish, how do you at no point be like, maybe I should stop? Maybe, like, I just can't imagine, like, because that's the thing, like, because that means that she had to dilate her clitoris for this thing or whatever, right? It's like, I don't understand how you get from A to B, you know, just like that path just doesn't make sense. And we're going to go into something beyond this article. We're going to go into the actual medical report because the medical report is fucking hilarious. But anyway, and of course, the unidentified woman, I mean, of course she doesn't want to be identified. This would be the most mortifying thing if her name and face got out there. From Mesa, told Arizona family that she tried out her new Vesper vibrator necklace. This is a hyperlink, which means that they're, that leave it to online news outlets to turn this. Even this is an ad. Even this is an ad. This takes you to the vibrator's Instagram page. Yes, the vibrator has an Instagram page. That. Why, New York Post? Why do you have to turn this into an advertisement? I don't get sounding. Don't ask me why somebody would use a vibrator on top of it. I just, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's so confusing to me. But she tried out her new Vesper vibrator necklace. Why is it a necklace? Like, do you actually wear it around your neck? Like, what? You wear? Why is it a necklace? Like, what? In the bedroom with her boyfriend earlier this month, only using it outside her body as intended. I moved, and out of nowhere, I just felt a really sharp pain, she said, suddenly losing the pencil-thin stainless steel vibrator that can also be worn as a necklace. Yeah, because that's the versatility I'm looking for in my sex toys. I don't want it to only pleasure me sexually, but I also want to wear it as a status symbol around my neck. Like like some people, they choose to wear the Christian cross. Some people choose to wear, I don't know, like a nice little dolphin design or something like that, like an animal that they like. But this company is like, no, that's out. That's old news. The new thing, according to this company, is to wear your sex toys around your neck. Because that's your religion now, damn it. Your religion is no longer Christianity or whatever your actual religion is. No, it is our sex toy, and you will wear it proudly. Oh my god. First reaction was panic because I had just lost something inside of me that was still going off. She said, well, I'm glad it wasn't a fucking firecracker, confirming it was still vibrating. Every time it went off, it was like my entire abdomen was vibrating. I would imagine that's the case. She went to the ER, but pelvic exams failed to find it, the report says. How does it's obviously metal. How would a pelvic exam fail to find that? That's bizarre. Like, if there's anything that like a typical like scan is good at finding, it's metal, right? That's bizarre. I was really surprised when I'm looking in the abdomen Oh wait, I skipped them. The emergency room staff wasn't able to find it in the vagina. Oh, because they were looking in the wrong place, chat. It really got up in there. Like, really, really up in there. It got as far as it could possibly go. It plopped out into her bladder and was swashing around, vibrating the liquid. I've never seen such a case like this in my career. In my entire career. The vibrator was eventually removed safely through surgery, ending her bad vibrations. Of course, the New York Post has to make this woman's pain into a joke. I guess that's what we're doing this whole time, though, chat. So, I guess I can't complain. She plans to file a lawsuit against Crave, the company that makes the Vesper vibrator necklace, and admits she is probably done with using sex toys. There is no way. How could you win that lawsuit? I mean, you're obviously not using it for its intended purpose. And not only that, but like, you would be able to sue the company if like it had like a very unique design that happened to enable this kind of mishap. But then, number one, that mishap would happen more frequently, other than outside of this one case. And number two, you're a freak when the furry is saying something's crossed the line. Damn right. But number two is that, like, it would, if it didn't have the unique design, if it was like all the other vibrators, right, then it would happen with other brands as well. You know what I mean? But it's like, well, it's obviously only happened to you. So this isn't, the lowest common denominator isn't the vibrator here. It's you and your disastrously clumsy nature, I guess. The company has worked with Real Housewives star Carol Radziwill in creating her own $69 version. Of course, it's $69. A spokesman for the company told the Post that the Vesper cannot enter an individual's urethra by itself and comes with a clear safety label warning against insertion. I bet it wasn't even against insertion of that nature. Like, it's like that thing that you see on like dryers, like do not use in the shower kind of thing. It's like they didn't put that label on the dryer originally. You know that because it's such an obvious thing that you shouldn't be doing, and yet you know that somebody did it and sued the company, and as part of their compromise, whatever, they slapped that label onto the dryer, telling people not to use it in the shower, right? Like, that's how those kinds of weird ass, like oddly specific warnings, warning labels end up on products. That's how. It's just some, Darwin Award winner went out there and somehow managed to pull it off. That's what this is, And the thing is, it's like, it says that it has a clear safety label warning against insertion. I mean, that would seem like a standard thing for a vibrator, right? But I just, man, how do you, like, the angle and everything, like, everything has to line up so perfectly for that to happen. It's just baffling. And then, like, how does your body not, like, push it out? I like, wouldn't your body be like, hey, that's it's like, alarm bell. This is an improper, this is a foreign intrusion that's not meant to be there. Get it out now. Oh my god. Let's see. The Vesper is designed for external use only, and we stand behind its safety and quality for this use, the spokeswoman said. Because the woman has not contacted us, we have no direct insights into how the product was actually used. Crave remains committed to its mission of bringing modern design and safe products to a category. I think it's supposed to be categorically, historically dominated. To a category. Oh, okay. To a category that is historically dominated by novelty items, the spokeswoman said. Oh gosh, what a ridiculous. What an unfortunate turn of events. But it gets better, chat. It gets better. Because there is attached to this thing. There is a medical. Let me see if I can. Here we go. This isn't long. It's only, yeah, it's only like 2 pages long. Not even that. This is the official case report from the medical community. So, okay. Case report. Unusual case of a missing vibrator device in the pelvis. Okay, there's some weird scanning errors going on here, but that's okay. It's normal. Academic journals, for whatever reason, they publish in columns, kind of like newspapers. I don't know why, but they do. I know when I did my thesis, I had to format shit into columns like this when I got published. It sucks. It's stupid. I don't know it. Best part, we're getting to that, Outlaw. We're getting to that. Okay. So, toy's pretty smooth and the urethra doesn't have any muscles. Without gravity or intent, getting it in or out would be pretty hard. Exactly. Like, it seems so bizarre. But let's get into it. This case study here, like I said, it starts with the intro, goes with the case report, and it ends with a discussion and conclusion. This is a short little paper, so don't worry. It's a little hard to read because of the overlap, but we'll get through it. Okay, so introduction. Injuries related to a sexual activity and usage of devices related to sexual activity are a very common cause of emergency room presentation. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are just source citations. Malfunction of these items, particularly devices that are intended for insertion into the vagina or the rectum, or the penetration of these items into the vaginal wall, are also common occurrences. Insertion of an object into the vagina and its penetration of the vaginal wall will routinely result in that object penetrating into the abdominal cavity, which leads to the possibility of a bowel injury. Penetration of an item into the rectum can lead to the perforation of the rectum or the possibility of the device becoming lodged so high in the rectum that it cannot be safely removed in the emergency room and requires operating room assistance. Got it. Penetration of a large object into the bladder becoming entrapped in the bladder is rare. We report a case of an unusually narrow vibrator becoming entrapped in the patient's bladder and mimicking the appearance of being intra-abdominal on physical exam and x-ray. God, like, I swear to God, doctors have got to have the most interesting stories to tell to their friends. There's certain professions where you just consistently getting fed really wild stories and what would you call, like, occurrences of bizarre things, like kind of like police officers probably have the same kind of thing where, like, they come home every night with at least like one weird story to tell their friends at the bar when they're relaxing and stuff like that. Doctors have got to have the same kind of thing going on. Anyway, okay, let's get into the case report. So, a 29-year-old gravida. What the hell? Gravida Para. Okay, I'm just gonna skip that. A 29-year-old white female presented to the emergency room at approximately 1 a.m. after reporting that she lost her vibrator during sexual activity and could not find it. Well, I have a friend. It's not my friend. It's my dad's friend. My dad has his friend who's like so damn funny, and he always had like this snarky comment where if somebody said I lost a thing, he would say, "Well, if it was up your ass, you'd know where it was." And here we are, an almost literal version of that joke. It's like, you could not find it. You can feel it. You know exactly where it is. It is inside you, and it is telling you it is inside you. The patient remarked that she was using the vibrator for direct clitoral stimulation when her partner suddenly initiated vaginal intercourse. Oh, damn, he just went for it, apparently. Okay. The patient remarked that she was uncertain of the location of the vibrator and felt some discomfort briefly, but believed that the vibrator was intravaginal as the intercourse took place. Allowing the vaginal intercourse, the patient was unable to find the vibrator in her vagina, but still had the vibration sensation within her pelvis. When the patient was unable to find the vibrator, she presented to the emergency room. Wait. The BS detector is off the charts. I know, right? But like right there, wait. Watch a Chris Hardwick stand-up special. Every nurse had a stuck-up the rectum story. I know, exactly. It's like, it's a common thing that doctors run into. What was that famous one with like somehow a dude managed to get like a light bulb intact out of into his butt, but they were like, we can't pull it out without breaking it. Like it was this big conundrum that they had to figure out because they had to figure out a way to extract a light bulb from a guy's asshole without breaking the light bulb, because that would be absolutely disastrous. And it was like this big thing. They actually did an episode of that show Scrubs around that case study, which is really funny. But my whole thing is, so she's using this thing, and then the guy, wherever he is, he's watching her do this, and he's just like, you know what, I'm ready. I think she's ready. I'm going in. We're going over. We're going into no man's land, chat, and we're gonna take this vagina. We're gonna take this ground, and I wonder if him thrusting contributed to working this vibrator into the bladder. I wonder if that's actually like how it got, to where it got. Slip a rune around it from behind. Yeah, that's what they ended up doing, actually. They basically played out the whole case study in the show Scrubs. But let's keep going. I digress. When the patient wasn't able to when the patient was unable to find the vibrator, she presented to the emergency room. She remarked that the vibration in her pelvis lasted for approximately 30 minutes until stopping, presumably when the batteries lost all charge. A flat plate X-ray of the patient's pelvis showed the vibrator to be approximately at the level of the patient's intrauterine device. Intrauterine device to the pelvis. Okay. I'm surprised I got that word right the first time. The vibrator was also in a horizontal position, so like it got into the bladder and then it immediately just like, I need to spread my legs. That was a tight squeeze. I need to stretch out, just kind of chill out in here. A lot of room. They don't have the figures, unfortunately. But that might be a good thing, actually. Careful questioning of the patient showed that the vibrator was of an unusual type called the Vesper TM. They have to do the trademark in the academic paper, which is of unusually narrow diameter and approximately 1.2 centimeters. The device is approximately 10 centimeters long and is designed to be worn on a chain around the neck as a necklace to maximize the convenience of vibrator usage. Ugh, that's just... How horny do you have to be to like just have a vibrator just at the ready on your person 20, whatever, just all the time? Like, Jesus. The necklace is detachable in order to use the vibrator for sexual activities. Further questioning reveals that the patient had removed the chain necklace from the device before using it. I had the pictures posted and discarded would be in the article near the top. Oh, okay. They pull the wings of redemption. Pictures posted near the top. Let me see. Repeated vaginal and rectal examinations by the emergency room staff and the gynecologist showed no evidence of the device intravaginally or interrectally, and the assumption was made that the device must have penetrated the vaginal wall and into the abdominal cavity. The patient had limited tenderness on examination. He didn't do a good job then. The patient had limited tenderness on examination, therefore, it was not assumed that rupture of the colon had occurred. However, the patient consented for possible colostomy and repair of the bowels prior to laparoscopic exploration. Laparoscopic exploration showed that the device was within the bladder, and this was demonstrated by gentle manipulation of the Foley bulb, as well as by moving the sponge stick placed in the patient's vagina at the time of laparoscopy. The vibrator was visualized at the time of cystoscopy and was able to be removed with a cystoscopic grasper. It was necessary to briefly fill the bladder with approximately 1 liter of normal saline in order to change the orientation of the vibrator from the horizontal to the longitudinal plane. It's so funny, like, how they're, like, academizing, the language around this ridiculous case study. Like, they have to use this highly technical academic language. It's so funny. The longitudinal plane. Like, Jesus. To remove it through the... my 8th grade geography teacher would be so proud of you, whoever wrote this. To remove it through the urethra safely. This did not result in any morbidity. The patient did well and was a candidate for discharge immediately following removal of the foreign body. Oh, she got discharged after discharge. Okay. No flared base either. There's a video, if I recall, of the removal. I don't want to watch that. I really don't. To provide the highest level of care and treatment of a foreign body, it is necessary to have the best understanding of the offending object possible. Damn, dude. I guess that not only was the object invading her bladder, but apparently it was also throwing racial slurs out too. Most gynecologists are intimately familiar with sex-related injuries and the related possible morbidities. Makes sense. One assumption that most gynecological surgeons would generally make when assessing a situation such as this is that any standard vibrator would be of too great of a caliper in order to fit into the patient's urethra. Again, they use the word caliper. Why not use diameter? I mean, I know they mean the same thing, In this case, however, this uniquely narrow vibrator was later measured to be approximately 1.2 centimeters in total diameter. That still seems pretty damn wide. I mean, that's still like a couple of pencils. Wait, 1.2 centimeters? Like an inch is 2.54. So like 1.2 is like half an inch. So yeah, that's like 2 pencils thick. That's still fucking big, The same diameter of a 36 French catheter. What? That's an interesting reference point. It's such a medical profession reference point, isn't it? Like, nobody except medical people are going to know what the fuck a 36 French catheter diameter is. Therefore, when the device became lodged at the patient's urethra, sexual activity pushed the device into the bladder, and the device became lodged in the bladder without puncturing it. Yeah, see? They just said that's what happened. The activity of his thrusting pushed the device into the bladder. So that did contribute, according to this. I was right. Damn it. It makes sense. It makes sense too, especially since like when you thrust, your thrust in is generally harder than your thrust coming out, right? Or your anti-thrust, whatever the fuck you call it, your retraction, and because it's such a, like, you would think that fit of that object into the urethra, that's a tight fit. Right? That urethra is fucking grabbing onto that thing, right? So, like, only the thrust forward is enough to actually move the object through the urethra, but the thrust back isn't. So that would make sense to me. I guess that shows it's possible without inherently causing massive trauma. Reverse thrust like a ship? Yeah, exactly. Or, like, just like reversing in a car. Like, you can only go up to, like, second gear in a car. In reverse, it's just, there's just not enough power in that backwards, motion, you're using you're like using your front thigh muscles and not your ass to do the thrust, you can't, like I'm gonna stop. Another interesting facet is the assumption that the device was in the pelvic cavity because it appeared so on the x-ray. This fooled both the radiologist interpreting the study as well as the surgeon. From a gynecological perspective, many surgeons have experience treating the aftermath of failed abortions where... Oh god, this got fucking dark. Where... Should I say where, not were? Non-medical practitioners have penetrated the posterior vaginal wall, penetrated the abdominal cavity. As a result of this assumption, laparoscopy was undertaken as the first course of action to retrieve the object, whereas the cystoscopy was ultimately required. Knowledge of the anatomy was also required. Well, I mean, you're doctors. I think knowledge of anatomy is kind of required for literally everything. Let's see. There's a possibility of confusing placement in the bladder with the possibility that there would be some anatomical space between the vaginal and the abdominal cavity in which the object could lodge, which is not the case. Consideration could be given in counseling women to avoid devices with an extremely small diameter because of the possibility of urethral insertion. Oh yes, I would love to be a fly on the wall on that counseling session. By the way, do not use particularly thin vibrators for sexual stimulation, as it may end up in your bladder somehow. You may fall on it, and then your man may proceed to thrust it through your urethra into your bladder. Oh my god. As unusual vibrator with an extremely noisy dynamo became lodged in the patient's bladder, the device was removed with a cystoscopic manipulation following laparoscopic exploration. Although the patient did well and had no complication, laparoscopy could have been avoided if the possibility of intraurethral insertion had been considered preoperatively. They have no conflicts of interest. Oh, good for you, authors. Oh my god, what could a possible conflict of interest be here? You know what? If one of the doctors worked with the vibrator company, that would be a conflict of interest. Like, yeah, I work for Vesper. This is bullshit. It's not the dildo's fault. It's the woman's fault. Oh my god. The French catheter thing does show that there are medical devices intended to go up there of that size, which tells me they continued having sex after she manually inserted it, and she lost control of it, but didn't want to stop the sex. Well, it sounds like she could feel it inside her, but she assumed it was inside her vagina, you know? And so she would be like, oh, once he's done and he shoots his goo, I'll just kind of reach in there and just kind of and nab it, I own shares, yeah. I simply do not believe anything goes up that hole accidentally. Yeah, me neither. It seems so improbable that I don't see how it could possibly happen accidentally. It's like, that she was just she was right there on the tip. She was right there on the tip with it. And then I guess when he kind of reared up on her, she wasn't expecting it, and he kind of bumped it and it went inside or something like that, but it was right there, positioned properly. I mean, I guess that is technically an accident, but when you align the stars, when you go out of your way to align the stars, don't be surprised when Cthulhu gets summoned, Straight up lied to the ER staff to avoid embarrassment. I mean, fair enough. I kind of don't blame her for that. It's funny and all, but it's really embarrassing. You know what I mean? The more important question is, did they find my car keys? Sadly, no, Hiker. You're gonna have to keep looking. Sorry. There's not enough room in her bladder and her urethra for both a 1.5 centimeter wide vibrator and your car keys. I mean, come on, that's just not practical. Doc probably put it on paperwork knowing it was BS and a higher up took it seriously. I think it was well within. The idea is you aren't meant to go up down to it. It's supposed to be horizontal to it. That's the thing, though. That's the thing. The moment you step foot in a hospital, if you have a serious thing that's going on, you need to let go. You have to let go of your dignity. You need to take your dignity and just leave it at the doorstep the moment you step inside an ER, because any kind of misleading of any kind of ER doctor or nurse or anything like that could end up very bad for you. So you have to learn to just like leave your dignity at the door. Um, Same thing with like if you get into like a fight at a bar or something like that. That's another thing that where the moment you get into like a fight or flight mode and you're like defending yourself in like an actual fight, that's another case where you need to just like get rid of like leave your dignity behind and like be willing to like you know strike strike to the nuts, the eyes, biting, all that kind of stuff. You need to be ready to be able to do that kind of stuff. um there is no dignity in a street fight. It's the same thing with ER rooms. There's no dignity in an ER room. But anyway, I think we spent enough time on a woman managing to infiltrate the men's Olympics and take the gold medal somehow on urethral sounding. Fucking bravo, lady. You competed with the men and you fucking won. That's an achievement you should be proud of. All right. That first story of the day out of the way. Woof. That was fun. Oh man. Okay. What's next? There's a lot here. Let's see here. Oh, Outlaw, you're putting stuff in the Discord right now, it looks like. Is it... Hang on. Man, there's so much. We could... get some more important things. Anybody find gun in the oven for 4 hours of Fallout? Oh, man. You know what? Let's... I have not watched this video yet. Let's bring this up. Okay. 17 minutes. Oof. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. Okay, so let's stay on medical nonsense. Let's stick to that. I think we'll move on from once we're done with this one. We'll get into more poignant news going on. We'll move on to either the women taking the bear pill, or we could talk about Microsoft blowing itself up. There's a few more serious things we could talk about, but let's stick to this. Posted the images. Oh god, do I want to look at them? X-ray of what it looks like hanging on the necklace. Okay. Scroll down. Let me look at these first. Okay. Let me see if... Here we go. Boop. And then I want to pan it. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. But you get the idea here. My question is, like, you see... Obviously, you see the thing. I mean, man, that thing really turned like 90 degrees. That really made itself difficult. My question is, what is this? What is this thing? It's like, why does it look like there's a wind-up toy thing on it? I know, right? How does it end up there? But that's my thing. They're saying it's as wide as a pencil. That is wider than a pencil. That is like twice as wide as a pencil. You know, like that is like, how long is that thing? It looks like what? Like maybe like 4 inches, 3 or 4 inches. Wires inside. Oh god. I mean, this thing is just swimming. It is just swimming in there. Okay. Let's get rid of this and stay on topic here. What's still doing it? What the hell? Hang on. I'm going to do some little bit of... Hang on. Okay. Much better. All right. So, oh, I want to show. Wait, I want to be able to see the title. Oh, you know the title. So, the title of this video. This is by Atozi over on YouTube. IUD next to it for comparison. Oh, God. 3.6 inches tall. Okay, so 3.5 inches. 0.3 inches wide at the entrance. 0.5 inches at the peak. Oh, so it's tapered. Tapered for her pleasure, chat. Makes the willy fish seem like a mild inconvenience. It does, doesn't it? Oh, man. The IUD thing. Let me look at that. Wait, is it there? Post it. Okay. Well, I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I think we've seen enough X-ray. We've talked about female urethral penetration enough. We're gonna move on. Wider for the battery. Makes sense. You'd think you'd use one of those little those little lithium batteries. They're like little coins. You know, that like watch batteries. You think that's what it would use. Anyway, we gotta move on. You've got to move on. So this video is called "These TikTokers Are Running an Illegal Dentist Scam." I have not watched this video. I haven't watched a second of this video, so this should be interesting. Let's go ahead and go for it. Also, I think I need to do this. That. I think.
These TikTokers are running an illegal dentist scam.
Can you hear that? Tell me you can hear that, please. I'll hear that. Yes, good. Okay, continuing.
And the rabbit hole goes pretty deep, as there's a lot of them doing this, and the whole thing revolves around veneers, aka getting fake teeth put in. If you don't know, that's an extremely invasive procedure where a dentist will file down your teeth to basically nubs and then mount your new fake teeth on top of where your old teeth were. So we're getting a
yeah, they basically grind your teeth down into like little pegs, and then they just they're like Legos basically. They take a fake tooth, and what they'll do is they'll take your actual tooth, and they'll like mold it to like match the shape, and they'll just stick it on there like a Lego. It is very invasive, and it's really fucking expensive too.
Procedure like this done, one would hope to have a professional dentist doing this. The only downside of that is veneers, they're not really the cheapest. They're pretty expensive, roughly $1,500 per tooth if you want the porcelain ones. So this has caused sketchy entrepreneurs to find a way to cut costs to make the service cheaper. And apparently the most popular one is just skipping dentist school and just doing a 2-day TikTok course on how to become a veneer tech, and boom, just like that, you're right off to grinding down people's teeth and making $5,000 a week. What?
How do you even? There's no way they're doing this in America. There's no way they can do this in America. There are so many hurdles you have to even be able to advertise yourself. You know what I mean? It is super strict in America. What you have to do. It's I'm curious how they actually pulled this off.
Could go wrong? Well, apparently a whole lot. So the people.
Also, if you're gonna get your education off of TikTok, why bother getting educated in the first place? 2 days on TikTok isn't gonna teach you how to do a fucking thing. You know what I mean? A titanium grill? I'll pass on that nonsense. Oh my god, yeah.
People who are doing
fucking turn into Jaws from James Bond. That guy was cool.
Doing this are calling themselves veneer techs, and apparently this isn't even a real practice. From what I've gathered, this is like the dentist version of going and getting a BBL done in a motel. So here we have the first person by the name of Rel Style.
BBLs are actually some of the most dangerous. I think it's actually considered the most dangerous cosmetic surgery you could possibly get, a Brazilian butt lift. I think the percentage of people who die is 2% or something like that. People who die during the procedure of a BBL. It's super high, especially in comparison to pretty much almost all other cosmetic surgeries. I don't know why. It's kind of wild. if you're gonna get any plastic surgery, don't do a BBL because there's actually literally like a 1 in 50 chance I think that you'll die from it, which is way too high.
Promoting their services by showing a before and after of their
at least upgrade to YouTube. Yeah, exactly. I learn all kinds of DIY stuff on YouTube. I do. I sure as hell aren't going to learn dentistry on YouTube though. How do you die from a BBL? Well, here I can. Let me do a little sidetrack. Hang on. Dangerous cosmetic surgery. There we go. Bring this up. So just a quick, you're going to see a butt. Okay. How the Brazilian butt lift became one of the deadliest cosmetic surgeries. So this is from Bloomberg. Oh, subscribers only. Fuck off. Hang on. Never mind. Find one that's not behind a paywall. I think I found one. Just do a little bit of a sidetrack here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let me see if you can see that okay. I really need a third monitor. I really do. What do I need to bring up? That's what I need. There we go. Okay. So this is from MedPage. What makes Brazilian butt lifts so deadly? So this is based off of South Florida, which is like one of the meccas for these kinds of procedures. This little carb, I know, right? In surgical circles, the BBL is known as the deadliest aesthetic procedure ever performed, and despite several calls to improve outcomes, recent data suggests mortality is only getting worse, especially in South Florida. And this is as of last year, so this is recent. So you have people from all over the U.S. coming to Florida, and they have these complications, and unfortunately, they either have to receive hospital care or they perish. Let's see. The Brazilian butt lift became popular over the past 2 decades. Blah, 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 blah. 40 years ago, it may have been Kate Moss or Pamela Anderson. Now it's Jennifer Lopez and Kim Kardashian. During a BBL, a surgeon uses liposuction to remove fat from the abdomen, flanks, or back of an anesthetized patient. The surgeon then uses a syringe attached to a cannula to re-inject or graft the reserved fat into the ass. The cannula is inserted repeatedly deep under the skin, fanning out from a few small incision points to distribute the fat across different areas. It's known as a blind procedure, and surgeons can inadvertently injure the large vessels in the muscle or even inject fat directly into those vessels if the cannula goes too deep. The fat can travel via the bloodstream to the heart and lungs, and deaths from such a pulmonary fat embolism can occur within hours of the procedure or even on the operating table. So that's why, basically, when you're adding large volumes of fat, you run the risk of accidentally basically pumping the fat into the bloodstream, which will cause embolisms, and which is like basically like insta-death. So that's why the BBL is like such a ridiculously so see, of 692 plastic surgeons surveyed, 3% say they had at least one PFE death. 7% reported at least one PFE from gluteal fat grafting. That's a fancy term for getting, making your ass fatter. Let's see. Colleagues estimate the mortality rate for BBLs to be between 1 in 2,351 to 1 in 6,251. By comparison, cosmetic breast surgery has an estimated mortality rate of only 1 in 72,000. So you're talking like 35 times more likely. Now, okay, so this is not 2%. This is like 0.2% still. I mean, 1 in 1,000 is literally 0.002. Okay, so it's still not high, but it's way higher than everything else, I guess is the point. So I'm glad I was able to get corrected on that at least. But yeah, I'm not going to go through all this thing. But yeah, BBLs are dangerous. That's the point. We're going to continue.
Their customer. Composite veneer starting at $1,500. That's per tooth. $1,500 per tooth.
Special ends May 31st.
Apparently, composite veneers are the cheapest veneers to have done, and if you're going to go through a legit dentist, they probably cost around $950 a tooth. So $1,500, that sounds like an insane bargain, but that's not the only type of content they post on this account.
Millions who can make over 5K a week being a veneer tech. So there's a bunch of them doing this, apparently. Hey, what does that say? Certificate of completion? Yeah, that's legit. That's so legit, I'm sure. These two look like they just got out of med school. Out of dentist school. They're wearing their pajamas and their tank tops. Yeah, these are world-class dentists right here.
I don't know about you, but that's a weird thing for your dentist to post.
Also, you notice that it's like all minorities doing it. I can't. Sorry, I'm not gonna be ashamed for noticing it. I refuse. It's like, you know.
Post on TikTok. That's kind of the post that you would expect from, I don't know, like a crypto trader course guy or a sports betting guy that'll try to shill you some course to bet only on winners, because that's realistic expectations to sell. And sure enough, they're shilling a veneer tech class. So hey, do you want to risk?
Thing is, you actually can learn how to. There are professional gamblers. They are a real thing. I've met them. I've even been taught a few things by them because I grew up in Las Vegas. Okay, I met a lot of interesting people there, and I will say that learning how to be a professional gambler is more credible than whatever the fuck these people are doing.
It all to grind out innocent people's teeth who don't know better to maybe make like $5 grand a week, because apparently they have a class for you. As the description of the video says, do you want to learn how to do composite veneers? 101 2-day course includes full veneer supply kit, liability waiver certificate of completion, veneer list investment $5,000, deposit $500. Wow, that sounds like an absolute cash grab. I guess just don't deposit.
What are all of these? Savannah veneers, Atlanta veneers, Jacksonville veneers, Houston veneers, Veneers Journey, Veneers Check, Veneer Talk. Veneer Talk? There's a whole subset of TikTok that's nothing but Jesus. I'm glad that app is getting banned. Also, what is the liability waiver part of this? That's interesting. Most dental stuff I want to learn, stuff you can actively apply, is scraping techniques. Oh yeah, like you can get like an actual dentist pick set, like what they would use for like a typical, like if you go in for a cleaning for like $100 or whatever, you can get all the tools that they use for a tooth cleaning. You can get it all on Amazon for like $20. I know because I have them. I use them for my hobby work. I have like one pick that I use for my actual teeth, and the rest I use for like helping out with like doing my hobby work, because they're really good hobby tools. But it's like $15-20 for like a full set of like cleaning picks, and you can get it on Amazon. It's like not like this super fancy exclusive thing, and you can go on YouTube and learn how to scrape your teeth the exact way that dentists do it, and it's not complicated at all. I do it all the time. It's not hard.
$500. Wow, that sounds like an absolute cash grab. I guess just don't mind the alleged felons trying to train potential future alleged felons. Why not?
Now that's a pyramid scheme I can get behind. This is the criminal veneer, the veneer criminal MLM scheme in action right here.
So again, for a small investment of $5,000 in 2 days of classes,
Wait. I bet you anything. Hang on. These are bots. I bet that this is I see this on YouTube all the time. I see it on, I don't know about TikTok, but I assume it's also on TikTok. It's probably way more prevalent on TikTok than it is on YouTube. But like, I will like see a YouTube video and then I'll go into the comments. Like, I'll watch a video about like, I don't know, like the James Gunn Superman movie that's coming out or something. And like I'll scroll down to the comments, and like one of the first comments is like some bullshit MLM scam, right? And then it's got a ton of replies to it that are all like, holy crap, like, holy crap, I tried this program and it's so great, you should totally try it. And then there's like a reply to that post that says like, yeah, me too, this is such a great program and all this stuff. It's like, these are all bots. The whole thing is a botted system where they're all networked with each other, and they all like make comments and replies and likes to each other to like artificially boost like engagement and popularity. And it's none of it's real. This, like, I want to learn. It's like, I bet you this is a bot, and then this is like an auto post to the bot. I bet you that's what's going on here.
Small investment of...
Because remember, these people, they didn't bother to actually learn how to do any of this stuff. These people are basically get-rich criminals. What makes you think they're going to have... they're not going to be the laziest as possible when it comes to this kind of shit, you know?
5,000.
Major difference will be positioned, since the dentist/hygienist is cleaning from their perspective and you're trying to see what you're doing on yourself. Well, yeah, that's why you do it in the mirror in the bathroom. Like, now, you're not... It is true. You're not going to be able to be as thorough as when you sit down and have a dentist do it with a hygienist helping out. You know, you're not going to be able to get as thorough, but you can get 80% of the way there. I know. Again, I know because I have a pick set and I clean plaque off my teeth like on a pretty regular basis using a basic set of dentist tools that I got off of Amazon and watching some YouTube videos, and it helps. It actually does help. So. It's just understanding the limitations. The limitations don't mean not to do it. Yeah, exactly. Precisely.
$1,000 in 2 days of classes, you too can permanently alter.
It's like learning how to do DIY stuff. There's a lot of DIY stuff that I can do myself, but it's not going to be as good, and it's not going to be done as fast if I hired like a professional handyman to do it. You know what I mean? But I can get the job done. You know, and in some cases, things are just too much, and I don't want to do them, so I hire out a handyman to do it. I mean, I've been doing home improvement projects for like the last month and a half because I'm getting ready to sell my house, and it's the same thing. It's just a matter of like, do I want to DIY that, or do I want to contract that out? You know what I mean? Same thing with like cleaning your teeth. Yeah, you can go to the dentist on a like every year to get it cleaned, but you could do it yourself and get 80% of the way there between those visits.
Your people's teeth. Awesome. That sounds like a great deal. Absolutely not. That is sarcasm. And as you may expect, dentists are pretty alarmed about this whole thing because this is some wild negligence, and that is putting it lightly. So here's what a dentist said about this on TikTok.
I am so glad that an attorney has stepped into the picture, because me as a dentist, a lot of people think I'm just hating. Maybe, I don't know why I would hate, because I'm the one that has an actual degree. But I think a lot of people don't take what we say seriously, and they're like, well, how is it illegal? Well, he not prepping the teeth. He just putting composite on, It's bigger than that. Dentistry is not just about teeth. I want y'all to know that. It's the study of teeth, but it's about managing patients. Primarily. The teeth is one part of the puzzle. You have to manage patients who are hypertensive. I had a patient who wanted to come get treatment, blood pressure 200 over 150. Does your veneer technician know how to manage a medical emergency, right? Do they know how to see decay that may not be like as alarming? And do they care that it's there? Are they just going to throw the composite over it so that you walk out with a white piano key looking smile? These are things you need to consider.
Piano key looking smile. I like that. Well, yeah, she's bringing up the thing, like, this shit is, like, blatantly illegal. Like, at least the American system, is really strict on licensing and credentials and advertising of any medical procedure, no matter how, superficial and, and safe, or not, maybe not safe, but, like, non-invasive they are. It doesn't matter. Like, it's super strict. So, like, it's kind of baffling that these people are doing this, because, like, they should have been arrested, like, pretty quick. Consider if you have decay going into the jaw from the teeth. Oh my god, yeah. Like, that's the thing. Like, the whole thing about veneers is that it leaves a part of your tooth behind. It leaves, like, a peg of your tooth. And if that peg has, like, a cavity formed, or is in some kind of form of, in kind of state of decay or anything like that, and then you slap a veneer over it, now you're fucked. You know what I mean? Because that decay is going to reach into the root, it's going to reach into your gums, and it's going to fuck up your mouth. And, and now they're going to have to, like, remove this cap. It's just masking this big problem. Like, your underlying teeth have to be healthy to get this kind of a procedure. A veneer tech literally won't let you get a veneer on an unhealthy tooth. Like, they will force you to fix your teeth first before you can get the veneer. Because otherwise, they just do a full, they don't do veneers. There's another procedure, I can't remember what it's called. Is it just full, like, tooth replacement? Well, they'll take the entire tooth out and just insert a whole new tooth that's attached to your jaw with, like, a screw or some shit. I can't remember what it's called. I can't wait for the Y box. I just putting braces on a decaying tooth. Oh, God, dude. Oh, it kind of hurts my teeth just thinking about it. Jesus.
Consider. On top of the fact that primarily it's illegal if you go watch this.
Oh, I think I just got the Y box. Are you? We're gonna talk about Xbox blowing up. Probably right after this, actually.
Video, but most of the people that go to veneer techs, I don't think they care about the legality behind it. To be completely honest, that's a conversation for another day. But I will continue to profess this fact that a veneer tech, teeth by t-shirt, all the things are illegal, not real, and honestly very detrimental to your health. Until I hang my loops up, because I want justice to be served.
So the lawyer that she's mentioning, she made this video.
Y'all, this is just another reminder from an attorney that there is no such thing as a veneer tech in the state of Georgia. There is no such thing. This is illegal. Please don't let this man touch your mouth. I know he looks good. You might be tempted just for that reason. There is no such thing. Okay.
Again, I'm sorry, but I can't help but notice that, like, why is this all involving black people? Like, is there something to that, or is it just a coincidence? Like, I'm genuinely curious. I can't imagine this only being done by black people. I find that hard to believe. Like, grifters don't give, like, this kind of grifting doesn't seem like it would be only appealing to one race. But it's like, why is it only black people in these videos? It's strange. Because I would think that the problem is wider and more extensive than to just one race. It's strange to me. I'm sorry for noticing, but I can't help it. It's like, why? It's just weird to me. I'm sorry. Also, consider the groups that are likely to hustle. Well, it depends on where you're at. Like, there's plenty of pasty white boy hustling in the Appalachian Mountains. You know what I mean? Like, or like in the heart of Boston, these kinds of places. Like, depends on where you're at. It's just strange to me that, like, it's just all black people involved in this on both sides, on both the good side and the bad side. You know what I mean? I don't know. Let's just keep going. I don't want to dwell on it.
And what he's doing is illegal. You can check out my prior.
I'm only thinking of racist stereotypes for reasons as to why. Yeah, me too. But that's the thing. Like, I'm not coming at it like being like, of course it's only black people. That's not my angle here. My angle is like genuine curiosity as to why the only videos being made are by black people, because I don't think that that's the actual case of it. Anyway,
prior posts about that. Thanks.
Then, of course, there's more TikTokers selling veneer courses because there's so many of them. And this one has some layers to it.
Black. What? This is so weird. What is this?
Nothing like drinking rosé while learning how to work on people's teeth for only 2 days. This is so bad you would think it's a parody or some wild joke, but I guess not. Overall, just sounds like a terrible time for the consumer, but apparently one of these guys hosting the event allegedly scammed one of their patients.
I've been researching this dude right here, Devin, who works for VVS.
A non-black guy. Okay, I knew it. I knew it had to go beyond that the one single race. It had to. It's so strange to me. Okay.
Smiles Atlanta. and I wanted him to do my teeth. I seen people whose work that he's done. I think he did an amazing job. I wanted my teeth done by this man. So I reached out to him on DMs. So on February 15th, I booked my appointment, paid my deposit. It was for a Valentine's.
Wait, on DMs? You contact doctors through, what, Twitter DMs? Like, what? That right there is really fucking shady. It's like, no, I don't do email, I don't do phone consultation, you gotta text me. It's like, that's what drug dealers do. Yeah, TikTok DMs? Like, bro, like, that right there is your big red flag. Like, if you're the method of contact that a business uses is fucking TikTok or social media DMs, that right there is a massive red flag that you're dealing with a scam. Oh, man. Some doctors do reply that way, but they try to get you from DM to email, phone call. Oh, yeah, like, that's normal. Like, you'll reach out to a business or an individual who's selling a service, hit DM, and they'll be like, yeah, go to the website, let me schedule a phone consultation, or let's come into the office and discuss it there, or let's, use the contact thing on the website. That's what they do. You know what I mean? Small businesses do that all the time. Fair enough. But, like, this seems to be like the whole thing was done through DMs. It's like, that's very, very sus. Very sus.
Special that he had where it was $2,000 total. But I paid my deposit and everything. DM'd him and said, hey, I just want to let you know I paid my deposit. He was like, okay, great. I'll see you next month. Everything was all good. No issues.
Also, the fact that she's doing all this with the doctor who's performing the procedure. That's not how legitimate medical operations operate. When you are scheduling, all the logistics are not handled by the doctor. They're handled by literally the office managers, the front desk people, even maybe a nurse practitioner, maybe. But the doctors are not the ones doing this shit. They're not dealing with payments. They're not dealing with scheduling. That's not how legitimate operations work. They have office assistants to do all this for them. Like, what? You should be directed to an official website with a professional even. My small town dentist and family health has a desk secretary. Yeah, exactly. They all have a secretary that handles this shit for them. None of them handle this stuff themselves. I mean, my dad ran an automotive shop for most of his life, and it was literally just him. And even he hired my mom to work the office and do the scheduling and the transactional part of it. Like, even the smallest operations possible have secretarial positions to handle this stuff. So the fact that she's doing this all with the doctor, that is super suspicious right there. This is literally how drug dealers and shit like that operate.
Here is the reminder email that I got the day before my appointment. Again, I flew from Dallas to Atlanta to get my teeth done by this man. So I'm excited. I'm pumped. I'm like, hey, I'm going to go back to Dallas, a new female. Whoop-de-whoop. Very, very excited. So on the day of my
you know what didn't work out? Because she's still got that big gap in between her two front teeth. She's got that Arnold Schwarzenegger gap going on. She's got that chipmunk gap. Honestly, though, I mean, just looking at her, I mean, yeah, there's that small gap, but her teeth don't look awful. They don't look completely janked up or anything. They don't look particularly miscolored. It doesn't seem like this amount of money is worth it to her. Like, her teeth don't seem out of whack, you know? She wants you to get into those chompers, Helmsman. Oh, no, don't suck me in. How long after dental work? Yeah, I don't know what the recover period for this kind of stuff is. I don't know. I've never had dental cosmetic surgery. I don't know.
I show up early because I'm not familiar with Atlanta like that. So I show up to make sure I am on time. When I get there, both of the doors to his suite is locked. So I sit at a chair that's next to his suite. And I'm sending him an Instagram message at the same time. He's sending me a message too. Someone stole my whole effing machine out of my room. I'm going to have to refund you and pay you for your flight.
What? How does that happen?
Yeah, what? That is the correct response. What the fuck? That is such a bullshit, scammer backing out of a thing move. Oh my god. My shit got stolen conveniently right before I could perform your thing, so I can't do the thing. Sorry. That is such a scammer move. Oh man. That's fucking rough. I was also just thinking, out of all the people that I do cosmetics with, the only one that I deal with directly, who I like pay through like Venmo and that kind of stuff, is my hairstylist. That's literally it. You know what I mean? And the thing is, good hairstylists, you find one, it's like finding a good auto mechanic that you can trust, Yeah, it's the same thing with hairstylists. You find a good hairstylist and you stick with them. And I never found a good barber. Women are just better with hair, even men's hair. They're just better. Sorry. But like I pay her like directly through text messaging and Venmo and stuff like that. But it's like, that's hair. That's totally fine. That's like not even a medical thing, but that's literally the only one I can think of where I deal with that kind of stuff in that way.
I have never heard that coming from a dentist. Imagine having your dentist appointment canceled because their equipment was stolen. That doesn't happen, but it gets so much.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, how bulky and heavy dentist equipment is? Like, and it's like, it's worthless. It's a worthless thing to steal too. Like, you can't resell, dentist equipment on the black market or whatever. Like, you can't do that. Like, it doesn't work that way. These kinds of, like, especially like, like the x-ray equipment, all that stuff, this stuff is very, very highly regulated. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just resell that shit. You can't liquidate it. So it's like, and not only that, but like thieves, like I watched like shows about like thieves and stuff like that, or I used to, like on like Discovery and that kind of stuff. And there's something, yeah, like thieves, like they go for small valuable items. Like the best items are items that have value and are easy to transport, which means they're small and light. They don't go for big bulky things. It's like in a dentist's office, everything is big and bulky, and most of it is bolted down as well. So it's like, it's bullshit that a dentist's office would have their equipment stolen. That's absolute nonsense.
Much worse.
And I'm like, hey, I'm up here, the door is locked. Do I need to knock on the door? And this is us mentioning at the same exact time, okay? And I'm like, excuse me? What do you mean your machine was stolen out of your room? You can't do my teeth. I flew all this way for my teeth to get done. So at this point, I am very upset. Y'all can pause to read.
Wait, someone stole my whole fucking machine out of my room. Very professional talk. Right there. That's a professional DM right there. I'm going to have to refund you and pay for your flight. I'm up here and the door is locked. Do I knock on the door? Excuse me? Is there anyone who could do my teeth today? I flew here from Dallas. When will I get my money back? My trip was $1,000 plus my $500 deposit. Now and send flight purchase. My flight and room was bundled. God damn, dude.
So at this point, I am just livid.
Wait, please send now. I'm very upset. I've waited years to get my teeth done. Did the guy react to this with a heart emoji? He's like, love. When can I get my money? I don't want no problems or issues. I just want to be compensated. I'm crying. I'm so upset. I'm about to send. Thank you. Oh my God.
Livid. So he was like, I'm going to compensate you for your flight. And I'm like, no, sir, you're going to compensate me for my flight and my hotel and my deposit.
Damn right.
That's what you're going to compensate me for, sir. So he said, send me the receipt. I did. My total flight and room was like, I want to say $869. He sent me $850. Okay. He cashed at me the $850. So I'm like, okay, what about my deposit? That's $500. So he says, I'm about to send. At this point, I said, I'm crying. I'm very upset because I'm thinking that you're about to do my teeth. So I'm like, you won't hear from me no more. Just go ahead and, send me my money. He goes on to say he don't need my money and so on and so forth. Well, then where is my deposit? So he sends me this screenshot saying that the deposit is going to be sent back to my card. I have yet to receive the deposit. Have not received anything since. So
that doesn't excuse the fact I came in from out of town and you hit me as I'm sitting in front of your office. He just replies, okay. This guy, oh my god, this guy is such a fucking sham. Very unprofessional. Could have called and even rescheduled, but thanks. Yeah, like, this whole thing, it sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like he's selling her like a used car just out of his garage. Like, that's what this sounds like. It doesn't sound like any kind of medical procedure. Like, it sounds like, oh, like, I bought this thing off eBay, but you're gonna have to come up here and get it yourself because I can't, you know, like, I can't mail it to you. And so she's like, okay. And then he gets there. Like, that's what this whole thing sounds like. It sounds like he sold her something off of eBay, and he can't, and he doesn't have the thing or something. It's so ridiculous. Like, if you didn't know that this was for a medical procedure, you would never in a million years guess that this was for a medical procedure. The way this conversation is going, it's fucking crazy.
I reached back out to him.
She has a civil and criminal case against him. Good. I hope she sues him into oblivion.
To be like, hey, do you know how long it's going to take for my deposit to come back on my card? What's going on? He blocks me. Never offered me an apology.
Wow.
Never said, I'm sorry, my bad. You know, I can reschedule you or nothing. In fact, some lady that was at his suite said that she worked with him before and he was never on time or he would not show up. She would end up having to take his clients. And then she's told me that he only does mixed breeds and light-skinned women's teeth.
Mutts and whites only, apparently. God damn. Look at this expression on this guy's face, dude. You know he's about to say, whoa, he's a racist on top of it. You know that's what's about to happen. Also, what the fuck does this color of your skin have to do with your teeth? What an insane thing to say.
What? Okay, there's way too many red flags going on here. If someone is saying they don't need their customers' money, they are slow and compensating for something. There's a reason he hasn't refunded that deposit. Also, cash apping for the flight payment, that sounds incredibly sketchy because it kind of makes it seem like he's operating his business out of his own personal bank account rather
than from a business account.
Than through an actual business. And then obviously that last thing, that is just laughably sad. Morals aside, is also just like stupid because why would you want to limit your customer base? But remember the lawyer we saw earlier? Well, she replied to this as well.
The unlicensed practice of dentistry in the state of Georgia is a crime.
I have to say, initially I was like, what the fuck are you wearing on your face? But then like a second later, my thought was, you know what? She kind of pulls it off, actually. Doesn't she? I'm sorry, but I think she pulls off those glasses. I gotta hand it to her. I really do.
So I stumbled upon this lady's story and I was curious, so I started doing a little bit of research. Mind you, I'm an attorney, but I'm not licensed in Georgia, and this is outside of my area of practice. But I did find some statutes, so let's read them. So this is from the Georgia.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the glasses just make you just go, what the fuck? But, like, after that initial, like, shock, it's like, actually, she fucking rocks those glasses. You know what I mean? She fucking rocks them. Hell yeah. Unlicensed anesthesia veneers is a felony. Yeah, I would think so.
The code, which states that things like veneers, so applying any dental appliance cap covering prosthesis or cosmetic covering, cannot be applied unless you are a licensed dentist or you're working under the prescription of a licensed dentist. Another part of the Georgia code, which says that it is a felony for you to practice dentistry without a license. If you are charged with this, you as the defendant have to prove that you were licensed to do the work. And this is another part of the Georgia code. This is all stuff you can look up yourself. Now, these are the terms.
And that's just the thing. Because remember at the beginning when they were showing off the little licenses? Where is it? Here. I'm at 10:09. There. They were showing this shit off. It's like your TikTok license, your 48-hour TikTok license doesn't count, sweetheart. Sorry. It doesn't count. Because that's what they're going to do if they get taken to court. Be like, I got my license, see? And they'd be like, what the fuck is this monopoly money bullshit? You know? Alright, let me get back. There we go.
yourself. Now, these are the terms and conditions for the guy that did this young lady's, or who took this young lady's money to do the veneers. And he's really popular on Instagram and TikTok for veneers. And here it says at the bottom, it says that you consent that he is not a licensed dentist, that he is a trained and certified veneer tech. Now, I looked, I did some quick research, and I couldn't find anything in the state of Georgia that recognizes a veneer tech as a actual thing. And by putting in your acuity scheduling link that you acknowledge
And not just wait, hang on.
that I'm not a dentist, I don't think really goes as far as it needs to in order to protect your consumers. Because most consumers might see tech and they think, oh, they're licensed or whatever. But according to the state of Georgia, it doesn't seem that way.
Yeah, that's the thing about like these licensing and stuff like that. Like you have to be licensed. Like there's no such thing as like a federal or a countrywide license. You have to be licensed in the state by the state and in the state that you are practicing in. It's the same thing with like engineers. Engineers, when they get their professional engineers license, they have to get it in every single state that they're going to perform their job in. And they have to certify in every state and get a separate stamp for every state. It's the same thing with medical licensing and stuff like that. So like if I'm like licensed as a dentist or whatever in like Florida and I move to Georgia, I have to go and get my license and do all that stuff and pass the tests and everything like that to get licensed to operate in the state of Georgia. It's like that with medical too. So you can't just like get a license on TikTok and be like, yeah, this applies everywhere. Like this does not work that way at all.
Will definitely be interesting to follow as we've seen the government start cracking down at the at-home BBL industry. So the veneer tech industry.
Jesus, there's at-home BBLs. Man, I need to look into that because holy shit, I didn't know that was a thing. Because that's BBLs are really invasive. Like they're really invasive cosmetic surgeries. The idea of like a DIY out of your garage BBL operation, that's fucking terrifying.
Might be next. Someone also commented on that video saying, had mine done in Atlanta, unfortunately now being asked for $23,000 to remove them and redo them by an actual dentist now. Also, flew down there 3 times because they kept breaking. What an absolute nightmare. And there are so many more dentists calling this out right now.
This is the removal of temporary veneers. They're used to check the bite and make sure that the aesthetics of the veneers are good.
Ow! Ow!
This is a criminal.
I don't want to watch that.
This is a fake certificate, and this person is doing at-home veneers, labeling themselves as a veneer tech. Now, I know it seems like veneers are pretty easy. They're just something that goes over the surface of the tooth and it makes it look more aesthetically pleasing. But let's not kid yourself. There is a lot of stuff that can go wrong. You can have bone loss, periodontal disease that can all be undiagnosed if the person is not trained correctly. And let's not even get started about the longevity of these veneers, because veneers are normally very hard to keep for a long period of time. They usually need to be replaced because of how we bite together. Our jaws are extremely powerful. So if any of these teeth are hitting just a little bit too hard, those veneers will be breaking off in no time.
Yeah, it's just a terrible idea to go to anyone like this, but it just keeps getting so much worse.
God.
You can see that those teeth are almost broken down to the gum line. Those teeth are not really salvageable. Again, I'm not a dentist, but being in the medical or being in the dental field at all, I know that those teeth are not salvageable. They need to be pulled, meaning extraction. When you just put something on top of decay, what do you think happens?
Oh, she brought it up. They're talking about the issue of decaying teeth. Oh my God. What a fuck! This is such a fucking nightmare. I can't imagine being in this situation.
I haven't really gone into the medical aspect of a lot of this because I'm not a medical provider, but let's get into what can happen. So if you get an infection in your tooth and you don't treat it, you can get a couple of things. An infection in your bloodstream, you can go septic, which is like septic shock, and you will die within like a day or two.
Yep.
You could also get endocarditis, which is inflammation of the heart valve, which isn't really something that I'd want to play with. I don't know about you. It's a medical background, obviously. But some people have to take what's called a pre-med. So before any dental procedures, they take a medication to keep their heart safe to make sure they don't get infection that goes to their heart. I am beyond shocked.
It's clear they're just using the fact that U.S. healthcare is so unaffordable to so many to just prey on those people who don't know better and can't afford better. And the sad reality is this is just going to make things worse for these patients, because this is the definition of putting a band-aid over a problem. It's like painting over mold rather than getting rid of it. Shout out to the TikTok user Danny Banani, because it seems like she's dedicated her account to calling out businesses like this, as it seems like these businesses just keep on spawning like an evil game of whack-a-mole.
It's gonna blow your mind in this season. If you don't even understand now, you gonna understand, because he's gonna blow your mind. He's gonna continue to stretch you.
Of the first video. And I said, well, they're using a drill on their teeth. It's not just a composite overlay. Who's their DDS? Who's their DMD? As you can see, I go to their website. I don't seem to see one. Huh. So I said, okay, who's the contact? But right now, here's the price. Hold on. About $4,000, a consultation. Okay, so I go to contact. And I said, well, who's your DDS? Who's performing such services?
Chat, what's DDS? I don't know what that is. Is that like a dentist's? I don't know what that stands for. I want to say it's like something like an anesthetician or something like that. But if you screw up a dental surgery, you run the risk of jawbone continually eroding. Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that can cause serious health problems that start from like your gums and your jaw and stuff like that. There's a lot of things that can happen. Like dental surgery? I don't know. Sure.
It would seem to be. I don't see anybody.
Oh, a dentist, basically.
The reason you don't see anybody is because there's not a licensed dentist doing any of this to hold accountable or verify credentials.
And because of this, it's the customer that has to deal with the consequences.
You know, I'll tell you though, if you can, one of the best places to actually get a really affordable dental work done is if you have a college of dentistry in your city, because students that are like near the end of their run to get their their degree or whatever, they have to perform a certain number of procedures successfully to get their tests. And so you can go there and get your dentistry done by it's all done by the students, but they've been trained, they know what they're doing, and they're monitored by like superiors who like know what the fuck they're doing. It's actually really safe, and it's way cheaper. It's way cheaper to go to do it, get it done at a dentist school. So if you have access to a dental school, that it's a great place to get affordable, reliable, good dentistry done. That's a little tip for you. Needing hour/procedure numbers, just like massage, acupuncture. Yep, exactly. And it's in a very regulated, controlled, monitored environment. It's safe, it's professional, and you get it for it's way less expensive. It's less expensive because they literally can't pass and get their licenses unless they perform all of these different procedures. So they make the price like super low to basically ensure that they get enough people in there so that they can actually have candidates to check those boxes for certain procedures they need to get done. So yeah, if look up your local colleges in your cities, and any of them with a dentist school, go through them if you want good dentistry for a cheap price.
It's like this woman who almost lost all of her teeth and had to go to the emergency room.
Listen, I appreciate you for trying to accommodate the situation, but unfortunately, what I just went through, I'm not going to be able to come back. I said I got abscess on the side of my mouth. I have to go to the emergency room to get antibiotics because I got 2 abscess in my mouth. I don't know if it was from your tools, if it was from the partial, if it was from if it was from you not shaving it down. I don't know, but I have to get antibiotic. I got abscess in my mouth, and unfortunately, I don't want you touching my mouth.
what's sad is this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many people on TikTok promoting these services, and so many people on TikTok telling about their horrible experience going to a veneer tech. And it's clear that these people are just vultures who don't care about their customer at all, as her story just gets so much worse.
I said, what can we do about a reimbursement? You almost took my teeth out. I have an infection. I have abscess in my mouth. I have an infection from you. What can we do about this? She said, oh, let me call you back. I'm going to let you know what I could do. Give me a few moments. I said, okay, bet, cool. 12 o'clock.
You know what? I just realized, I think the reason that this is like almost all... I mean, again, I'm going to bring it up again because it's just so blaring. This is only black people involved with this stuff. I think it's because it's going through like TikTok specifically, and it's being advertised primarily through like word of mouth, essentially. And I think that these veneer techs, these fake veneer techs, are targeting people of their own race because they can predate upon them. Be like, oh, you know, a black man trying to help out another black woman or whatever, like a black man or whatever like that. Hell yeah, I'm gonna go for that. I think that they're actually that these scammers are preying on the racial element of this. I think that's why all of the victims, so many of the victims, or the majority of them, seem to be black people, because they're being specifically preyed upon by these scumbags. I think that's what's happening here. I might be wrong, but I don't blame any of these victims or anything like that. I think that they're being targeted because of their race, or I think that's, at least that's an element of it. But it's on Black Talk. Yeah. See, again, I've never spent a single minute on TikTok. I have no familiarity with the site, how it works. Again, I'm old. I'm 41. TikTok is way beyond me generationally. So I don't know how it works, but it really does seem like a certain group of people are basically targeting their own racial group, because they know that they can prey upon that like racial solidarity stuff. I think that they're really preying upon that, which is an extra level of disgusting as far as I'm concerned.
Today, she texted me and told me she ain't gonna be able to give me my money back. She done offered several times for me to come back to her office and get them re-put in. That's her solution. If I don't want that solution, it's nothing that she could do because I signed the consent. I said, yeah, I signed a consent form for you to do your job. I have an infection in my mouth. You could not drill those teeth out of my mouth. I had to pull them out without them being numb. And I got a text message of you telling me to go to the emergency room.
That is just absolutely horrible. I hope she lawyers up, because a consent form offers pretty much zero protection against an illegal business.
Exactly. I was gonna say, like, if you're running a business if you're running a scam, like, a consent form doesn't protect you at all. That's ridiculous.
Never get any medical work done from someone who is not a licensed professional, not a 2-day TikTok course. It's inevitable that people are going to go to jail for this. It's just kind of a matter of when. But if you want to check out my business that won't leave you without teeth, you can go to matt.city at the top of the description down below and check out our Matt Cities. We took your childhood nostalgia, innovated on the idea, and brought it to a city near you. And we got it in both floor/wall mats, and we also got them in like large mouse pads as well. Currently we have LA, New York City, and the Atozi City, which is behind me, but we have many more to come soon. So if you want another way to support my family and the channel, you can check out the link in the top of the description down below. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Oh, there's Fillion. Man, oh man. That's God, that's vile. That is so vile. Like, so many people, there's so many people out there that just, like, they really do. It's kind of hard to, like, get into the mindset of people who behave as a soulless person would behave, you know? Like, I touched upon this a few times in like the Gamergate 2 kind of stuff, where like it's hard for normal people to fathom like certain tactics being used to like hurt political enemies and stuff like that in the cultural sphere, because it's like it's unfathomable to like for like a normal person to like think like yeah, that's a ethical good thing to do to another person, even that you disagree with. You know what I mean? But so like when they actually do these things, it's like it's hard to like believe, and it's almost impossible to get into that kind of a mindset. So it's really, the whole thing. It's like in order to defeat your enemy, you have to understand your enemy. It's like when your enemy is behaving in like such evil ways, it's kind of hard to understand the enemy. You know what I mean? You can understand what motivates them, but it's like the depths that people will go to. Like in this case with this medical shit, it's just like, man, people are like, they're ready to just ruin people's lives to make a quick buck. It's just like, God, dude, I can't imagine that kind of a mindset. It's really hard to like wrap my head around it, to be honest. I'm not saying I'm without flaws, but like, it's like so many levels beyond, God. Anyway, I think let's do one more lighthearted one. Actually, you know what? Lighthearted. Let's get into the bear pill. Let's get into that. So, wrap this up real quick. I think close that. Close that. Close that. Okay. Let's see here. I've got. Oh my God. Let's see. Where is it? There's a lot to get through. There it is. Article. Okay, there's an article that you linked to me, Outlaw. Here we go. It's a Sargon video. That's what we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch a Sargon video.
I saw this video.
Okay. I like Sargon chat. Sue me. I think he's interesting. All right. By the way, this is on Sargon of Akkad's OG channel, which is kind of wild. He's like gone back to like making like regular like 10 to 12 minute videos on his original channel, like in his old school style. Like it's like a harken back to like 2015. It's pretty awesome. if you're ever a fan of Sargon, he's kind of back, which is pretty cool. But anyway, let's get into this. So this is a video called "It's Not About Men or Bears."
Of a guy responding to a comment, and the comment basically said, like, you can't tell me that a woman would be less intimidated by a bear than a man. And honestly, I immediately thought, no, I'd much rather face a bear while I'm alone in the woods than a man while I'm alone in the woods. Like, objectively, a crazy thought. Like, crazy thought. And my immediate rationalization for that thought is a bear can be reasoned with.
There is a current viral trend.
What? Yes, you can reason with an animal that can't speak or understand English, and only, acts upon instinct. Yes, you can reason with that creature. Yes. Bears are capable of reasoned thought, just like people. You psychotic woman. What a ridiculous thing. Good one video by Old School Sargon. Yeah, like Old School Sargon is like has come back, which is pretty awesome, actually. A wild animal can be reasoned with, especially since they are only saying bears and not the specific type of bear, nor that different species react differently. Well, I guess if you know the instinct and nature of the animal, you can expect certain behavior accordingly, but you can't reason the bear out of any specific instinctual behavior. So I worked at a zoo for a while. Yeah, they are insane. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, what was the guy? There was a guy like years and years and years ago. This is more than a decade ago. He made like a splash online, or I think there was like a documentary made about it. But he was like a man who literally like lived with bears out in the woods like for like a long freaking time. I can't remember what his name was. But they like did like a whole documentary on this guy. And you want to know what happened? Ultimately, in the end, the bears that he called his family and stuff like that. They ended up mauling and eating him. You know, like it doesn't matter how friendly you think you can get to a dangerous animal like a bear. On a long enough timeline, your luck will run out. You know, it's just an inevitability, and like it's wild to me. He got eaten. Yeah, he got eaten. He got eaten by the family of bears that he claimed to be a part of. They are simply saying bear of the woods rather than black or brown bear, which at least you might be able to say, I can better understand what they're communicating. Well, my whole thing about my immediate thought was like, because I watched the phenomenon of these TikTokers going around, you know, first of all, I guarantee you that every single woman saying that they would rather have an encounter with a bear than a man out in the middle of the woods has been abused by a man in their past. Guaranteed. 100% of the women who answered bear have been abused by men in the past. But my whole thing, like, I think the easiest way to kind of like really throw these women into a hissy fit is to just, when they say bear, okay, you say, okay, what about black men? See how they respond to that. Would you rather meet a bear or a black man in the woods? See what they say. See, that right there will probably immediately make them squirm, right? And then but let's say they stick to their principle. Let's say that, yeah, bears are safer than black men. Let's say they stick to their principle, right? What about a trans man? What if you replace the middle of the woods with a women's bathroom? Those questions will annihilate every woman who answers bear. Every single one of them. Because every woman who's answering bear is a metropolitan, you know, modern whammon who's never had an encounter with a wild, dangerous animal before in real life, like I have. I used to work in the mining industry and like remote sites in like the woods of Idaho and shit. And in less than I had a more than annual frequency of encounters with either bears or wolves, and they are fucking terrifying. Honestly, the wolves were more frightening than bears. But honestly, though, that's because the bears that I encountered were black bears. Black bears aren't as scary as grizzly bears. If I had encountered a grizzly bear, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. I would be dead. Black bears, maybe you can handle. But wolves are fucking terrifying. And like I said, I was in like the northern part of the U.S. They weren't like your regular wolves. These were like fucking dire wolves. These were like the fucking medieval wolves that are like shoulder height. You know what I mean? These things are fucking enormous, and literally the most terrifying thing that ever happened to me in my life was an encounter with a wolf. And I never want that to ever happen again. It is fucking scary. Wolves are also huge. They make huskies look like puppies. Yes, exactly. I've had one wolf encounter, and I was like, I would rather have 10 bear encounters than another wolf encounter, because I've had both, and the wolf encounter was way, way scarier. The growling and snarling sound that makes is it's so fucking scary, dude. It is so fucking scary. It's like, these women who are saying bear have never encountered any dangerous animal in the wilderness in their life. Never. Not one of them. None of these animals are probably going to attack you. Probably. That's the thing. You don't know. Even if you know the nature of the animal, even if you know how their instincts are, the best you can do is probably. And guess what? That's not good enough. You know what I mean? It's not good enough. Anyway.
Trend of feminists announcing that they would rather be alone in the woods with a wild bear than be with a man. It all started with this TikTok video.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man?
Look at this woman. Do you think this woman has ever seen a dangerous animal in real life before? Even like at a zoo? I don't think so. I don't think so. Also, are we sure that this is a woman? Yeah, she's... Not sure. Not 100% at least. I mean, 90. I'm 90% there, but there's some sussy things going on here.
Or bear.
Bear. Men are scary.
Notice that that's all a UK thing too. This isn't being done in the United States. This is all being done in London. That's another thing you have to remember.
With a bear. What I've heard about bears, they don't always attack you, right? Unless you like fuck with them. So maybe a bear.
What do you think men do? What?
Depends what man, but probably a bear.
It doesn't depend what bear, but it does depend what man. Again, that's the one particularly I would love to ask, what about black men? Because again, remember, all these people who were answering bear, I guarantee you they would all call themselves feminists, right? Which means that they are on board with intersectionality, which means that they are on board for critical race theory, and there's all this other shit. So the moment you bring the race of the man into things, it'll really fuck with their heads. Especially if you say a trans man. Like, say, what do you think trans men agree with you? You know, and just watch their fucking brains explode.
100% a bear, which is like terrifying to say, but
Definitely a bear. Some men are very scary out there.
A bear.
Oh yeah, but but some men are scary, but not some men. Some bears are scary. Like what? Are you fucking kidding me? Another thing, it's like a lot of these women will chalk it up to like, well, yeah, it's like we're around men all the time, so it's like we get assaulted by men all the time. It's like, well, yeah, because you're like encountering men on a regular basis, on a daily basis, you know? It's like, of course, if like, I'm sorry, but like, if you take like the man on woman violence crime rate, and then you take that percentage, and then you take all of the men and replace them with bears. So you're encountering bears at the same frequency that you're encountering men. Do you think that violence against women statistic percentage is going to go up or down? Like, come the fuck on.
I would say a man.
American feminists then took to social media to announce that they too would rather be alone in the wild with a bear than with a man that they don't know. Which is, of course, absurd. If you actually read the accounts of bear attacks, they are horrific.
Yeah.
I found this particularly awful account of a young Russian woman who was attacked and eaten alive by a bear and her cubs, and it took her over an hour for her to die.
Fucking Christ, dude. I actually remember this way back in the day. Because I remember this made like mainstream media news in some outlets in America back when this happened. It was like so shocking. She literally was getting eaten. She called her mom on her cell phone, screaming at her mom that she was being eaten alive by bears while it was happening. Like, can you imagine like being either the daughter or the mother in that case? That's got to be the most traumatizing shit I can imagine.
She was even able to phone her mother and tell her that she was being eaten alive, because apparently bears don't just kill you first and then eat you. And
yeah, they're not like cats. Like big cats have the courtesy of, you know, they go for the neck and they kill and they snap your neck, they bleed you out from the neck, they go for the kill. And then once the prey is dead, then they drag the prey back to the den or whatever, and they have their feast. Bears don't do that.
And it's hard not to notice that the city-dwelling women who gave their opinions on wild animals that they have little experience of are living in blissful ignorance.
Most dangerous wild animal I ran into was a hippo. Hippo is statistically probably one of, if not the most dangerous animal on the planet to humans. I think that hippos are actually responsible for more deaths, more human deaths, than like sharks, bears, and wolves. I think that's true. I have to get fact checked on that, but I know that it's really, really high because hippopotamuses are they're like cartoonishly dangerous. Because number one, they're extremely fast. They're way, way faster than they look. And if they catch you, you are dead, guaranteed. You are guaranteed to die if they catch you. And when you add on top of that they're extremely territorial, you have a recipe for an extremely deadly animal to human beings. I think I read a long time ago that there was this wildlife photographer, and he was like the only person literally in the world who would risk getting photographs of hippopotamuses in the water, that he would then sell to like National Geographic for like thousands of dollars. Because he always said that like, what I do is I get an idea of where they're going to be. I wait for them to leave. I then go down into the water. I find like a hiding spot at the bottom of the river or whatever the fuck where they're going, with the watering hole, and then I set up where my camp, the shot, and then I just stay totally still and hope to God that I can get the picture, and then when they leave, I can get out of there. And he says that the reason is because if I'm in the water and the hippo sees me, I'm dead. He said, like, I'm guaranteed to die if the hippo actually like recognizes my presence there. And he's like, there's a reason I'm the only person in the world who gets these photographs, because nobody is dumb enough, as dumb as me, to actually risk getting the photographs, because hippopotamuses are so freakishly dangerous. So, oh yeah, hippos, yeah, that's the thing. They can run faster than you, they can swim faster than you, and their bite, you might as well be getting smashed between two 18-wheeler trucks. That's how strong their bites are. It's fucking insane how dangerous they are. Like, have you seen them like at the zoo when like a zookeeper will like throw a watermelon into the mouth of a hippo, and they'll just like ever so slightly, like they'll crush like a watermelon like we can crush a grape. Like, that's how insanely strong their jaws are. It's terrifying. Anyway,
and have no idea what a bear attack is like. Then the argument went online, and one point was made that there are far fewer bear attacks on women than there are attacks by men. And of course, there are fewer attacks on women by bears than by men, for obvious reasons. Proximity. If
I just went over this.
As many bears in a day as they do men, and spent as much time with them, then I'm sure the stats would be alarming, to say the least.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is really not about the bears, though. This is about a few other things. The most obvious.
I love the fact that this conversation has switched to hippos. And how fucking crazy dangerous hippopotamuses are.
Is a kind of selection bias, where feminists, in their determination to confirm to themselves that their hatred of men is justified, excessively focus on crimes by men against women, and get a disproportionate impression of the danger that the average man presents to the average woman. No doubt, many of the more virulent feminists are damaged people who have been abused in the past, and so acting out like this is really just a way of...
The thing is that, like, all these headlines that are just, like, casually, like, scrolling across the screen right now, like, is a testament to how rare, like, men actually brutally kill women. Like, it's rare enough that we can have a headline for every one of them. Like, that's, like, common things, you can't do that with things that happen commonly. You know what I mean? The fact that you can basically, there's a headline run by somebody every time it happens is a testament to how rarely it happens.
Expressing the pain of that abuse.
It's that whole, think what you want to think about Ben Shapiro, but one of his things about, like, you know how we know, like, the violence, the police on black youth crime, like, murder rate is so low? Like, we know this because we know their names. The fact that you can memorize the names of the victims, that's a testament to how insanely low the number of victims is. You know, it's the same kind of thing.
Use, which we should take into account when we consider their opinions. However, I suspect that for most of the women taking part in this trend, they are really just trying to vent their frustration over the general level of uncertainty that exists between men and women in society, and perhaps also a broader feeling of isolation that many young women may feel. In traditional societies, there
I get
are
that
all
too.
kinds of...
I think that the initial people are reacting like on the Man of the Street interviews. I could see like a tongue-in-cheek vibe to the answers, you know. Like I'm saying bear just to like trigger all the fragile masculine men, you know, kind of thing. It's almost like a meme answer, like they know that they're saying it just because they know it'll rile people up, not because they actually believe it. But then the people going out of their way to defend it after the fact, those are the truly delusional ones. Because they're like going out of their way to like statistically justify it, and the statistics make no fucking sense in the context of the question.
Formal rules which govern the interactions of men and women, which renders the behaviour of each predictable to the others so that both sides can feel safe during interactions. The West also had these prior to the latter half of the 20th century. Look at this footage from England in 1901. The women who walk past in the background all wear shawls, with their hair covered and only their faces showing, as many modern-day Muslim women tend to do.
Hang on. Wait.
The past...
Is this a child? What? What? What the fuck? What is going on here? Is this back in the era when like they sent like the children into the coal mines and the steel mills and shit like that? Because this looks like a 70-year-old child. What am I looking at here? Kids were dapper, dude. Honestly, I kind of dig this fucking style, this clothing style for the guys. Fuck this. This is classy as fuck, man. These kids are rocking this clothing. But like, look, he's got like all this black. It looks like soot or something. But this kid, he looks like he's like maybe 15 or 16, and in stature, and yet his face looks like it's been aged like 50 years. He looks like he's in his 60s or 70s. That's fucking like this kid looks normal. But like, what is going on here? Probably with an 18-hour shift making matches. Just like meticulously gluing the little strikes shit onto the sticks. Oh my god. Working at chemical plants be crazy? Yeah, man. Well, like, this kid looks like he's working in some kind of heavy industrial environment with this black staining on his otherwise white undershirt. So, yeah, man, fuck.
Was much more prescriptive.
This kid looks old too, actually. He doesn't look as old, but this kid looks normal. Man, this kid and this kid have really downturned eyes too. Notice that?
Than the modern era is.
Okay, here's a bunch of them lining up. Look at that. He looks old for his age, but not like aged, you know? He looks like a 17-year-old in a 15-year-old's body or something like that. This kid looks pretty normal. This kid looks normal, but like, yeah, it's this kid, man. He just draws my eye because of how fucking bizarre it is.
And I think that these lack of prescriptions underpins many of the issues we are seeing today.
Whoa!
Men and women...
Hang on.
...had quite
Hang on.
Men and women underpins...
There's another one.
I think that these lack of prescriptions underpins...
There. Oh, god dang it.
...many of the issues we are seeing.
There. Look at this one. That's another one. That guy looks like this kid looks like he's in his fucking 40s. He's got these like heavy cheekbones and shit. Oh man. English child labor in the turn of the century was pretty rough, I have to say.
Men and women had quite definite life paths that they could reliably expect to follow, which would contain many relations between mothers and fathers, children and parents, extended families, neighbours and communities, all of which made up a person's place in the world. And these come with obligations. Women's liberation detached women from many of these and encouraged women to be independent and go into the workforce, which created the kind of lifestyle many young women have today. They move away from their families to get a higher education at university and then move to a city to start a career. In addition to this, I think there are a lack of romantic bonds that many women fail to make with men. Casual encounters have introduced strange tensions between the sexes and made relationships bewildering and unstructured. Expectations of what should or should not be done are confused and ill-defined.
I love how he just like immediately ties it to like, the traditional ways are the best ways. He just, it's like, it's hard to argue that it's not. I mean, you can argue in terms of like, you know, freedom and liberation, all this kind of stuff, but it's like I feel like the whole like the quote unquote values of freedom and liberation have essentially been fetishized to this point, where like people have had so much freedom and liberation and just overall like comfortability and comfort that they've essentially like abandoned any kind of obligations or responsibilities, not just to themselves, you know, both to themselves, which is why like they have like the happiness index that they do by demographics, and like women are consistently getting less and less happy, and they have been ever since like the sexual revolution of like the 60s and 70s. It's like when you can take freedom and liberation too far, and it will end in misery. I think it's also related to the choice paradox, where like there's like a Goldilocks thing of like how much choice and freedom you have, because if you have like no choice, then obviously you're being oppressed. If you have a handful of choices, then that's like optimal, because then like you still have like guardrails and guidance as to like what's going to work out best for you to maximize your happiness and fulfillment in your life path. But if you have like a ton of choices and a ton of freedom, then like it paralyzes you, because there's like so many opportunities, you just don't know which direction to go in. This is literally did you ever see that movie Castaway with Tom Hanks? When he, at the end of that movie, he gets back home and like his wife is like remarried, had new kids, and basically he was like erased from society and his life. And the movie ends with him standing in the middle of this dirt road intersection, and it just kind of fades away. And it's like the ending of the movie is like he's presented with like this like, oh, like, you know, I have like nothing left, which is like the ultimate starting point to go wherever I want now. I have like complete freedom to do what I want. And yet, presented with that complete freedom, he's stuck in the middle of an intersection, and he just is paralyzed and doesn't know which direction to go in. You know what I mean? And I think that's a plague that's happened to society since the 60s and 70s, and it's been really hurting us for the last half century. So, even if you don't think they are the best ways, it did have things very easy to understand. Well, yeah, like I always say, like one of the things that I like to say is that a tradition is the answer to a problem that we've forgotten about. Like everybody's like, oh, go away with this tradition. These traditions are worthless. But then like they get rid of these, they get rid of a tradition, and suddenly all these problems fester up and they boil up and they become like big societal problems. Because that tradition is the solution to that problem that was figured out a long time ago, and it works so well that we've forgotten that the problem was even possible in the first place, which is why we don't have any. We tend to forget like why we do certain traditions. It's like no, it's because that's what solved the problem back then, and it's so the moment you get rid of it, all these problems that we've forgotten about come back. So you can say what you want about traditionalism, but the order of the past is, I would say, better than the chaos of the present.
This has to have some kind of psychic effect on people. and I suspect it's what makes comics like
The Parable of the Six Monkeys and the Forbidden Banana. I know exactly what you're talking about, NDA. I'll go into that one too. The Forgotten Problem may not actually exist anymore, but it may. I'm for challenging tradition, but not throwing it out on principle. Yeah, I agree with you, Tuxedo. I actually agree with you. Some problems are made irrelevant, and without the need for tradition. This is true. But you have to be very, 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 very careful with how you discard old traditions, create new traditions, etc. The Parable of the Six Monkeys and the Forbidden Banana. I love that you brought that up, India. I love this parable. If you don't know what this parable is, I love talking about this. But it basically, it explains traditionalism through like a Darwinistic perspective. So what they did is they had 6 monkeys in a pen, and they had a banana there in the middle of it, and the banana was hooked up to like an electrode or something like that. So whenever a monkey touched the banana would shock them, right? And so the 6 monkeys that are in the pen, they either experience the shock or they observe the shock, one of the two. And they learn, all 6 of them learn, don't touch the banana. So, and once all 6 of the monkeys learn this lesson, they start slowly replacing the monkeys one by one with a new monkey who doesn't know that the banana will shock them. And so what they do, and so what happened is that new monkey would try to touch the banana, and the other 5 monkeys who know don't touch the banana would stop the new monkey from touching the banana and would teach the monkey, don't touch the banana, it's bad. And it wouldn't do that. And then once that new monkey learned it, they would take one of the old monkeys and replace it with a new one. And they would keep doing that until all 6 monkeys were replaced, and all 6 of the new monkeys never touched the banana and never knew why not to touch the banana. They never experienced or saw the banana shock a monkey, and yet they never touched the banana. So this is like a great example of like a tradition of not touching the banana is passed down to a generation, and the generation's like, wait, why aren't we touching this banana? We don't even know anymore. We just don't do it. You know, and eventually you're going to get a monkey that's going to be like, well, fuck tradition, I'm going to go touch the banana. And then they touch it and they get shocked, and bam, the problem's there again. And they're reminded, oh, this is why the tradition of not touching bananas there, because the banana shocks you, right? It's a really great parable. It's a really, really great parable. I fucking love the 6 monkeys and a banana parable. Thank you for bringing that up, NDA. It's one of my favorite stories ever.
like this one resonate. Instead of feeling situated,
vague sense of dread. Why are you here? Just chilling, just doing my thing.
and secure, I think that many modern women do feel isolated and unsure of what will happen tomorrow. They are often far from home and on their own, in a world where half the population can seem predatory and uncaring, and without any men of their own to make them feel safe. Indeed, this all seems to be the general thrust of the argument in favour of bears over modern men.
I can help, thank you, NDA. Women choose the bear because the bear doesn't pretend to be a good guy just to hurt you. A bear doesn't stalk you for years when you avoid it. A bear won't rape you. Debatable. You can be cautious of all bears and not have other bears wanting you dead as a result. Bears are more predictable. God, dude, this is such a fucking delusion. This is such a delusion.
Quote, bears are more predictable. Perhaps
this is literally what I think, Outlaw, you brought up at the very beginning of this segment, was like the predictability of the nature and instinct of the animal.
This is why some of the feminist memes have essentially been demanding that men in general.
Also, she forgot the T. Typical feminists can't spell.
Express contrition about how men in the abstract treat women.
Spelling error. Opinion discarded. This is a common Twitter thing.
in the abstract.
Now imagine that.
Yeah, predictability isn't always a good thing. That's exactly. Because that's the thing. If you rely on predictability, then you're getting into the dangers of presumptuousness and assuming things, and that that commonly bites you in the ass, right?
When your gender answers this question en masse, and they're all giving the same answer and the same reason for why they would choose the dangerous wild animal, the gender that has harmed you over centuries, harmed your gender over centuries, is laughing about it, bitching about it, mourning about it, joking about it, and calling you all liars. Because
again, replace the men in society with bears, and then get back to me in a week, sweetheart. Again, this the whole thing is a proximity issue.
that's the situation that we're in, and it's not a game to us, it's not a joke. Because when most of us leave our front doors every morning, it's not a dangerous wild animal we're going to come across. It's you. It's you. And you, as a collective, are, first of all, refusing to accept the damage that you have done to us.
Ah, yes. Thank you for projecting your collective nature onto me, Mrs. Feminist Horde. So, fuck off.
Over many, many centuries, why that damage might have led to us being afraid of you and that being ingrained in us. And more than that, because you're refusing to accept any of this, you're refusing to accept the fact that the only way that this narrative that you dislike so much changes is if you guys change.
It's always someone else that's got to change for the feminist. So it's never an internal issue. It's always external. It's always society impressing itself upon you, according to the feminist. This goes right back to the just abdication of responsibility and obligation.
Not only are they looking for a flood of social media sympathy from men to reassure themselves that actually men everywhere are in fact safe to be around, or when men object and mock them for this absurd opinion, the feminists take a kind of self-satisfied pleasure in the fact that these men are justifying feminist misandry. However, there is something underneath even this. Men's lack of predictability and safety is being used as a moral cudgel by the feminists in an attempt to control men's behaviour through shame and guilt, which is the last option these women have to try and change society. They can't pull on the bonds of love and sentiment. However, if the...
This is a very, very salient point he's making here. What he's basically saying is that a person who is using emotional manipulation to get you to do something is a person who is desperate and out of options. It is a last resort of people to engage in that kind of manipulation and tactics to get what they want. So that's basically what he's saying here, and he's 100% correct. Like these very subversive, shady, Machiavellian kind of tactics are only deployed by people who are cornered and have nowhere else to go.
Widespread mockery to these strong, independent women is anything to go by. It seems
it's literally the entire thing behind the whole Palestinian protests by students on campus right now. That's what the whole thing is. They're like saying genocide and all that kind of stuff. It's all emotional blackmail because they know deep down that they can't change shit.
It seems that they're trying to cross a bridge they have already burnt. Liberation from men meant liberation from material reliance on men, which in turn meant men's liberation from the moral dictates of women. Feminism destroyed the Longhouse. The feminists of this...
I love how he mentioned the Longhouse. I see that term getting used more and more these days, which I'm happy about, because it basically goes back to like really ancient and really vile, frankly, like evil origins of movements like feminism. And people are learning and wising up to it more and more.
60s and 70s began the process of tearing women out of their social place in traditional society by emphasizing their power, capability, and autonomy. Women were encouraged to have it all. By the late 1990s, it was becoming apparent that having it all by yourself was a curse rather than a blessing. And by
not only was it a curse, it in and of itself isn't a curse. The pursuit of it is a curse because it's impossible. That's like, I swear to God, like one of the biggest lies ever sold to women as a collective is that they can have it all, and they fucking can't. You can't have it all. It's ridiculous to think you can. Again, this is the mentality, like the infinite choice paradox. That's where the you can have it all comes from. It's like, no, you can only travel in one direction. Now, you can meander your way as you travel in that direction. You know, like if I'm going down like an 8-lane highway, I don't have to stick to that one lane. I can meander back and forth across different lanes, but I'm still generally going in that one direction. I can't go in all directions. Nobody can. Whenever you pursue one direction, you sacrifice another. That's just the reality of life. You know, and so like it's such a big lie that women were sold that they can have it all when they can't. And that's one of the main reasons why they're so fucking miserable and alone these days.
In the 2010s, modern feminism had manifested into a movement that was focused not on the power of women, but instead the vulnerability of women. We learned that we lived in a rape
Big
culture
Red.
that was unsafe for women, that university campuses were more dangerous for women than the Congo, and that women are in fact not free, but are structurally oppressed by patterns of male domination.
I remember that when they claimed that women are more raped and sexually assaulted on college campus than they were in the Republic of Congo, where it's like a part of their tradition, and it's like something like 30% of the women in the Congo are raped or something like that. I remember that, and it's just like, man, they just cannot wait to be victims. They just can't wait. They salivate at the idea. Wonder where Big Red is these days? I don't know. It's not that it's impossible, that it takes a certain degree of competence many people don't possess. Well, the thing is that even people who possess the competence, like, Jordan Peterson has talked about this at length several times, how he used to consult with like law firms and stuff like that, and women in law firms, and he would basically say like these women would get to like the very top, and they would have like husbands and all this other kind of stuff, and then they would reach the top of their field, and then they'd be like, well, now what? And the law firms couldn't for the life of them keep them on board. They would reach the top, and then they'd be like, yeah, this ain't it, and then they would leave, and they would go, you know, become a trad wife or whatever. You know, they would go have a kid, and they would stop working. And, like, they couldn't keep these women on board. You know what I mean? It's just like, even if you have the competence to do so, the vast majority are going to pick one path or another. You know? It's just... It's miserable. It's miserable to try to do it all. It's absolutely miserable. Those are the 1 in 3 statistics that conflates the data, and it's all subjective data. Oh god, I remember back when like the bedroom feminists were a thing, like back in like 2014, 15, and 16. Basically, like the lead up to Gamergate was like when the atheist community on YouTube was like basically like starting to dismantle the bedroom feminist community. And the statistics that the feminists were throwing out were all such bullshit. Like it was insane, the level of ridiculousness of the fake stats they were throwing out. It was such easy low-hanging fruit for a bunch of like autistic, you know, math and science obsessed atheists on YouTube to just absolutely dismantle. They were all stats that came out of like really shoddy, shitty like university, you know, gender studies and feminist studies departments and stuff like that, and they were never reproducible. They were always like really tiny data sets. They always were like really wishy-washy on what, you know, on the definitions of, you know, of the words were and stuff like that. They were all like super heavily manipulated bullshit statistics. So most of it was self-reported. Yeah, the self-report bias is massive. It's not that it is impossible, just very improbable. It's Oh yeah, I NDA brought up before you got here, Umbra. NDA brought up the we were talking about traditionalism and the 6 monkeys in a banana parable experiment, and that's like one of my favorite stories to tell about like how what traditionalism is and stuff like that, and how it works, and how it's basically like an answer to a problem that we've forgotten about. He gave me an excuse to tell that parable, and I fucking love it.
They do not possess the strength to overcome. Feminism's strange narrative arc has arrived at a point so pathetic that now they are challenging men to demonstrate that they are in fact better than wild animals. If men were beasts, then such an appeal could never work. So this amounts to an admission by feminists that all of feminism's drive for liberation was actually a mistake. And now they are asking men for reassurance that they will once again make the world safe for women. Healthy, well-adjusted women who feel that they belong where they are and don't constantly look up tragic events to scare themselves about the opposite sex are actually busy enjoying their lives and relationships.
Yep.
They aren't posting about bears, and they aren't fretting about men in general, because they know lots of men and love them. And they know that these men will defend them should the need arise. The interactions they have with the men in their lives are predictable, are enriching, and don't give them cause for concern.
Yeah, that's called men of principle. I know it's a kind of a cliche statement, but that's what principle does. People who behave and actually have principles have predictable behavior. So, you know, it seems pretty damn straightforward to me, to be honest. It's just amazing that like we've arrived at this point where like even the most simplistic things have been so befuddled and conflagrated, and it's ridiculous. I don't even care about the banana. He's doing exactly what he criticized this crowd for back in the day. Well, exactly what he... I mean, people that don't have principles have predictable behavior too, self-serving behavior. That's true. That's true. But then again, like, I guess in that case, you know, selfishness is their principle. I guess.
I realise this won't be a popular take in many corners of the internet, but I actually don't think women's liberation was good for men or women. I think it's...
Yeah, that's a spicy take. But I said, you know, 10 minutes ago or so that, like, that's kind of where I was at, where it's like, there's a happy medium, like, moderate level of freedom and choice for anyone that will maximize happiness and fulfillment and direction and purpose in one's life, and too much liberation and freedom to the point of like fetishization of it actually leads to depression and sadness and misery. So I think that's kind of what he's speaking towards here, even if he's not saying it outright. Bit of spicy take back in the day, but at this point it's becoming far more normal. Yeah, it is becoming more normal these days because of the pendulum starting to swing back. And also, more and more people are taking up the general attitude of not giving a fuck about the moral judgments coming from people, basically from the left. There's a lot more people that are finally realizing that if you don't agree with the morals of the left, that you shouldn't give a fuck about the moral judgments coming from the left, because they don't follow the same moral paradigm that you do. You know, and once you realize that, you know, this is the underlying truth of the whole, I don't care about your booze because I know what makes you cheer. That meme is like an expression of this underlying idea that, like, your moral paradigm is outside of mine. Therefore, I don't give a fuck about the opinions and moral judgments coming out of your paradigm, because I follow a different paradigm, and only those within my paradigm have the right to cast any kind of judgment upon me. You know? And more people are kind of realizing that, and they're going, fuck you, I don't care. I don't care about your calling me racist, calling me this or that, transphobic. I don't give a single fuck anymore. You're ruining society. You're predating upon children. Fuck off. You know, that's kind of what's happening more and more these days, which is it's good, but can also lead to bad things down the road. You know what I mean? Like, that's actually one of the things that I'm personally terrified of, is like how far the pendulum is going to ultimately swing in the other direction. Can be fucking scary. So,
clearly made a significant portion of the female population frightful and neurotic, and has made a significant portion of the male population lonely, resentful, and callous.
And the thing is, if one of the sexes is lonely, then the other sex is necessarily also lonely.
Future generations might want to reconsider what the boomer and millennial feminists have put upon them in this way. If you want more from me, do go and...
That's the end of the video, and when he says that, they are, which is why we see Gen Z, men at least, moving pretty significantly to the right, to the right in terms of their political leanings. You're seeing that generational backlash happen. So, yeah, that's the bear pill. The servitude, women's liberation, liberated from them both servitude and accountability. It was good for nobody. Servitude part was quite exaggerated. The accountability part wasn't. I would replace the word servitude with obligation. I think that's a better word to use than servitude. Obligation to others, whether it be individuals like yourself, even, and your husband and your family, all the way out to society as a whole. You replace servitude with obligation. I agree with you. YouTube is eating your comments, I think. Well, we are talking about some spicy stuff right now, so wouldn't be surprised. So I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry. Anyway, that's the bear pill. What next? What next? What next? Let's see. No, I'm not gonna do that. This could be. Did that. What do you want to do? Do we want to let's take a quick vote. Let's do ones in the chat for stick to serious, larger topics, or twos if you want to do smaller, lighter things next. Two. Anyone else? Two. If I get one more two, I'm gonna say two. In our bear field. Goodbye. Are we gonna get any more twos or ones? Right now, the twos have it. Okay, I think we're gonna just stick with two. That's all I'm getting. Okay, so let's lighten it up a bit. Let's see here. No, I don't want to get into the Xbox thing quite yet. That's good. That's a big one. Talk about Suicide Squad losing $200 million. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. This will be a short one, but I'm curious what you all think about this. I have a feeling I know how y'all are gonna go on this, but I'm not sure. I wanna see what y'all think about this. Okay. Okay. So this is from Lips of TikTok. Why does UC Berkeley allow a professor to show up to teach dressed as a furry? Extremely bizarre and inappropriate. So let's play this. This is only 11 seconds. So he's teaching like medical stuff because the West is falling. and this right here, I have never seen a fursuit like this. This is like a realistic suit. This isn't like the cartoony ones that you usually see. I've never seen anything like this before. It's weird for sure. If it was about costume making, etc., that would be fine. But it's not about that. I mean, he's talking about heart rate sensors up here. This is STEM. You know, this is science and math that is being lectured about here. This isn't how to make costumes. This isn't an art class. I've seen a hyper-realistic dog one before. I think I've seen one too. I can't remember though. It was like a really expensive one that a guy bought that actually like made it like... It wasn't like this where he's like bipedal. It was like he had to get it like on his hands and knees and be like an actual dog in the suit. I can't remember exactly the way it was though. I'm honestly fine with this if he's not forcing his furriness on people. Cast Fireball. It's like, you know, I mean, my whole hosted by Spoticus. I just see, I'm mostly leaning towards on not being down with this. I have to say that the fact that this says hosted by this furry makes this seem like this was like a single voluntary event. Because he's talking about like STEM and all this other kind of stuff. Like, you don't see that in a normal lecture. Like, this seems like this was like a voluntary event, and they like knew ahead of time that this is who was going to host it, and then he was going to be dressed this way. You know what I mean? And in that case, I'm fine with it. If that's not the case, and this is just like a regular lecture series with like a guest lecturer that's dressed like this, to me it's just like, this is a distraction. This is a distracting thing. This is like you're doing a novelty thing that doesn't meet the decorum that you should have in a setting like this. So that's my issue with it. But if it was just like a one-time thing, that was like a voluntary thing, that was like not a normal lecture or something like that, which I get the feeling this is, I don't have a problem with this. So it could be argued as force if you fail for not attending. True. I think this was like a one-time thing, but I'm not certain. Cast Fireball anyhow. Fair enough, Umbra. Fair enough. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I am not the kind of furry who has a fursuit and does all that kind of shit. I've never gone to a furry convention. I've never really engaged with that community. I mean, I'm already engaging with the minefield that is the VTubing community. Though, why would I want to double that up with another minefield that is the furry community? So yeah, that's what kind of I kind of expected more of Umber's perspective from the chat, to be honest. But I mean, I don't know. See, I do think that. Let me see here. I'm hoping he's teaching about the history of Frosted Flakes. I mean, I'll bet you that if this was presented to Bao, she'd be like, wood. You know, cast Fireball and record it, turn it into a message. I mean, it is very, very flammable. So there's that. She kind of, Lips of TikTok kind of got roasted a bit in the comments. I mean, she didn't get ratioed or anything because Lips of TikTok is never going to get ratioed. If the teacher is still doing a good job, then who cares? Yeah, but that's not what it's about. If this is about decorum, and even if they're teaching and they're knowledgeable on the subject, this is a distraction. It is. This is a distraction. Like, you can't get away from that fact. So this is one of those like annoying libertarian takes right here. Furry is pretty big and nuanced subculture. I mean, that's true. Coming to visit my friend at their school the first time, furries at their computer science lecture is more likely than you think. Yeah, this is... See this, like... This is what I expect when I think of a fursuit. Like, this cartoony kind of thing. I don't think of this. I've never seen something like this before. So... But if it's inappropriate, this isn't appropriate for the environment. Yeah, that's my thing. That's why I say no to this. If it was like a normal class, like a normal one of the day-to-day classes where they just brought in a guest lecturer, this is not appropriate. If this was a voluntary, outside of normal classroom things, completely voluntary kind of a thing, then I don't have a problem with this. So, even if it's like, because the thing is, you replace this with something that I consider to be especially degenerate, like a drag queen, like a trans drag queen or something like that. You know, I would say, like, yeah, cast Fireball, but at the same time, it's voluntary. If it's out of school hours, all this other kind of stuff, I kind of have to say that I kind of reluctantly have to be okay with it. Pay attention to learn that it's cool with me. I personally love the suit. It doesn't matter if you like the suit or not. Lilith, it's not what this is about. Mrs. Flags in bio, check mark. I'm sure you've got pronouns too. No, wow, there's no pronouns in this bio. Holy shit. She doesn't say who her perv is, though. What the fuck is that? Daddy? Is this a VTuber? Lilith Tamaki? I want to stop scrolling over stuff because I think this person isn't involved in some NSFW stuff, and I don't want to accidentally show that on YouTube. I was a card-carrying memory of the LP, have lots of annoying libertarian takes. Fair enough, Tuxedo. Hey, at least you lead into it, right? It's about that Lilith. Is it? I don't know. It might be. I'm not sure. I know that Lilith does sex work, right? It could be. Or that they cost them a few $1,000s. Oh yeah, fursuits are not cheap. If not more to have it made. That would be my favorite class if I went there. I mean, again, if you signed up for a class that you knew was going to be taught by someone dressed in a furry outfit, that's what I'm paying for, that's what I want. And it's like, well, okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's not them? Okay, just someone with a bunch of AI. Oh, God, okay. I probably wouldn't want it in high school because I don't know if they're doing the drag queen story hour thing. Oh, yeah. If this was high school, I would be 100% no. Although this was like this is a college thing too. CS61 structure. Yeah, this is a Berkeley thing. This shit should absolutely not be allowed in a high school. Or anything younger than that, for that matter. I like these memes. Raise your hand if you're tired of this shit. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. About people stopping to give a fuck about moral judgments coming from leftist weirdos. Make asylums great again. This is sick. If the teacher is actually teaching and not indoctrinating, they can be dressed as Mike Myers and I wouldn't care. At this point, all I want is teaching to be apolitical. I reluctantly agree with that. I kind of mostly agree with that. Again, it's the fact that this is distracting and not, appropriate to the decorum of a college lecture hall. But I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on this. I'm leaning towards no, but in other ways it depends on the context around the class. I don't think that this was a normal class. So if I was a biology class, it would be pretty based. Maybe a problem if it was appropriate, like, I don't know, theater design. Sure, that could work. Yeah, that could work, dude. If this was if this was an art class that was teaching about costuming, yeah, absolutely. Do this as an example. 100%. Like, I want Hollywood to return to practical effects anyway, and you know, if you take the morality out of it and look at this from a purely technical point of view, I mean, look at how this thing moves. Look at this. Look at this thing. From a technical perspective, in terms of just costuming, this thing is fucking incredible. You know what I mean? Like, you put this in like a costuming class, it's like, yeah, dude, this is fucking amazing. Would be appropriate and would actually be interesting for most people, but when you are talking about STEM, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it says right there. And the fact that it says like STEM to 1 billion, this seems like almost like an advertising class or something like that about like their, I don't know. I don't know what this class is, but it's not a part of the normal lecture series, I don't think. Anyway, I think we've talked and seen enough fursuits for the night. I want to move on. Let's do a good thing. A good thing about games before we do the bad thing. Let's talk about Koreans taking over. Let's see here. Where is it? There's a lot here, Jesus. Nope, I passed it. This is what I was saying, like, when there's already almost enough to do this weekly. Like, I'm scrolling through so much right now to get there. I just gotta find it. There it is. Got it. Okay, go. Korean government focusing on AAA games following Stellar Blade and Lies of P. Expect more hits from Korea in the future. Okay. The story highlight is recent releases from Korean developers include Lies of P and Stellar Blade. Following the success of these titles, the Korean government is now looking to emphasize console gaming for the next 5 years. This country has the 4th biggest gaming industry, but consoles are not currently a major part of it. Yeah, Korea is very much mobile, one of those countries where mobile is king. So what they're basically making a push into the console market. Let's just read this. Korean developers have been phenomenal recently, with releases like Lies of P and Stellar Blade proving to be huge hits across the globe. The region has proven to be capable of console gaming despite its previous focus on mobile and online gaming. Yep, I just said that. Following the successful launch of these titles, Korean gaming is set to expand. According to a report, the government wants to focus on console gaming as a key part of its strategy for expansion. Now that's interesting. That means that the government of Korea is funding the Korean games industry to expand its footprint on the global culture through gaming. Like, they basically, yeah, Korean gaming is an awesome aspect of our culture, and we want to see that expand. And I'm just sitting here going, for the love of God, yes. Why it matters. This part of the world has been dominated by mobile and online gaming. The audience has kept teams from taking console and AAA gaming seriously until now. The Minister of Culture, Jeon Byung-guk, discussed the gaming sector of Korea in a recent publication from the Korea Times. Speaking about the gaming industry of the country, he said that it had revenue of 22.2 trillion won, which is roughly 60.04 billion, 2 years ago, making it the world's 4th biggest market. So I would think that's behind the United States, China, and Japan. I'm guessing are the three that it's behind. Elaborate, and honestly, China has an even bigger focus on mobile gaming than Korea does. So, that's what, like, the Hoyoverse games are all coming out of China. So, was Lies of P a success? I think so. Let me see. Let me look it up. Lies of P. Let me think here. Budget and sales. Actually, let me just look up sales. Lies of P. Sales. Let's see here. Okay, that's as of. That's an old article. Well, it hit 1 million just 1 month after it released. See if I can find something more recent. Yeah, it sold. It's like, I see it from IGN here, from an article back in October of last year, saying that Lies of P sold 1 million in less than a month. So, breaking records, Lies of P sales. Okay, here we go. This is as of September, though. I can't find anything recent. Let me see here. Let me look at the Wikipedia. That's been updated. Sold 1 million units by October 2023. I can't find current numbers on it. Yeah, having a hard time finding current numbers on it. Sorry. I saw me. Get back here. Gotta get the right windows up. Okay. But I would also think that Lies of P didn't have like the massive, like, 9-figure budgets that, you know, Western AAA game developers have. So I assume that it was made on a much more reasonable budget, and if it sold 1 million, and if it's selling at $60 a pop, that's $60 billion within the first month. So probably, I'm gonna say probably it was a success, both review-wise and financially. Elaborating further, he stated that Korean developers will now focus more on console gaming over the course of the next 5 years. See, that's interesting. It makes it sound like the government is actually, like, influencing the Korean games industry to make console games, which is kind of I don't think I'm a fan of that. You know what I mean? Like, developers should develop what they want to develop, you know. But it looks like the government is just basically pumping dollars into these companies to release on console. But that's the thing, though. It says console gaming over the course of the next 5 years. I have a suspicion that that's going to adapt to a very rapidly changing console landscape, because we're not going to get another Xbox console ever. Like, the Xbox news and, like, the interview that what's her name did with Bloomberg recently, the Xbox is a dead brand. Like, it's Microsoft gaming now. You know, it's like, there's never going to be another, like, hardware box for Microsoft again at this point. And then Sony is speed running its demise because of how poorly they're doing in PR with the player bases and stuff like that. That I honestly feel like within the next 2 years, it's going to be down to, like, just Nintendo and PC. That's it. And the only reason Nintendo thrives is because it's just adapted a slow but steady strategy, and they just stick to what they know works, you know. So I really do feel like they said, like, by 2028, the only console left is going to be Nintendo. Everything else is going to be on Steam, because, like, we'll get to it. The Sarah Bond interview with Bloomberg, where she said like they're going to be releasing like in short order like their own their games, like their gaming hub, like it's like their own version of Steam or the Epic Store, and it's just like, yeah, you're not going to pull people off of Steam. Like, people are so embedded into the Steam like ecosystem. People aren't going to leave it, and your exclusives on Microsoft aren't going to be enough to pull people away from Steam. It's just not going to be successful. So, hey, Parker Curry, welcome in. We are talking about Korean developers getting funded by the Korean government to make a really hard push into the console gaming market over the next 5 years. So like basically they're buying into the Korean game development sphere, which I think is a very good thing. Thing about Nintendo is they also own a lot of property. What do you mean by property? You mean IP? They own hotels. Oh yeah, they're very diversified. Yes, and they also have like parts of theme parks. Like Universal is teamed up with Nintendo, that were like whole parts of the Universal theme parks are Nintendo themed now. You know, so like they've diversified. Weirdly enough, they're diversified in similar ways that like Disney is diversified. Like if Nintendo started a cruise line, their business footprint would look really similar to Disney, which is weird. It's weird to think about, but it's true. Like, they're putting out movies now based on their stuff. They have theme park shit. You know, like, it's strange how, like, Nintendo's footprint is starting to look more and more like Disney's. Their portfolio is diverse. Yeah, it is. And the thing is that, like, the way that they design their consoles, they design their consoles to be, like, almost like a toy. Like they kind of come up with these like gimmicks with the way their consoles are designed that makes them toy-like in their nature, which keeps them really unique in the market. Steam has my goodwill. They've not been perfect, but they're great compared to the alternative. Steam is by far the most reliable platform. When it comes to like freedom of expression and you know, not censoring things, yada yada yada, all that kind of stuff, Steam blows everyone else out of the water. And strangely enough, Nintendo is in second place as far as I'm concerned. Which is, I never would have thought that. You know, Nintendo, their brand is like family gaming. You know, so like, and they seem to be like against censorship. Way more than Sony or Microsoft are, which is strange to think about. Nintendo did start out as a gambling card and sex hotel company. Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that wild? Like they sold trading cards and they had like sleazy like red light district like hotels. That was their initial business. Isn't that fucking wild? Still heavy on the lawfare. Oh god, that's Nintendo's big black eye. Is how ludicrously aggressive they are with lawfare, which is why you see like a lot of streamers don't even bother streaming Nintendo games because they're so damn like copyright heavy. It's ridiculous. That's like the one black eye that Nintendo has, unfortunately. But anyway, let's keep going with the article. This effort will help the country reduce its dependency on online and mobile game platforms. Ultimately, fans should expect even more hits like Stellar Blade and Lies of P from developers. Well, the next one I can think of is The First Descendant, right? The First Descendant is like, I call it Destiny with waifus, because that's basically what it is. I played the beta of it with Jazz, actually, on stream last year, and we had a ton of fun playing it. Ton of fun. It was great. And I also know that I've watched like the developers' letters and stuff like that, like you know, customer facing communications, and like they are working so damn hard to integrate like and take into account player feedback from that beta test. Like, they are working fucking hard to give players what we want. And that's coming out later this summer. And I'm personally, I put this on Twitter actually. I'm gunning for a head-to-head between the First Ascendant and Star Wars Outlaws. I want those games to release within like a few weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks of each other, because I want a head-to-head between them. Because I have a suspicion that the First Ascendant will win that. I'm not sure though, because the Star Wars brand is still strong, but it's absolutely vulnerable right now, and there's not a lot of good press or good word of mouth. There's plenty of good press, but the press is full of shit. There's not really that much good word of mouth about Star Wars Outlaws. But the First Ascendant has pretty much nothing but like positive vibes and feedback from the player base. And the First Ascendant is a Korean game. So if later this summer, a Korean dev releases a game like Destiny that beats a major Western IP and Western studio like Ubisoft and Star Wars Outlaws, that's a huge blow to the Western AAA market right there. A huge blow. And that'll make the Koreans feel over the moon with what their output is. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope it happens. That game is fun. Also felt like Warframe. It did. It had a lot of Warframe vibes. It really did. But I really had a fun time with it, and I had my criticisms of it during the beta as well. Like the grappling hook needed some work. It really did. And a few other minor things. I wanted the gunfire to feel more punchy, to have a little bit more of an impact. I wanted that as well. Those are my two main things about it. And I know that they're working on the grappling hook at least. I know that, because that was a common thing that they got. Was like, hey, this is great, but if you could tweak it just a little bit here and here, it'll be fucking magnificent. I'm really looking forward to the First Ascendant. So we'll see. Let's see. This effort will help the country reduce its dependency on online and mobile games. Oh, I already said that. Since the teams have shown a willingness to partner with both PlayStation and Xbox. See, that's the thing. This was written before all of these very recent major blows to the Sony and Microsoft consoles. I'm curious how this plan is going to develop, because I don't doubt that they want to expand into the AAA market. But the nature in which that happens, they're gonna have to modify that, because the Sony and Microsoft consoles are going to change drastically. And I know for a fact, pretty much, I mean, it's pretty much a fact at this point, that the Xbox X, or whatever the current generation is the final generation. They are not going to produce, which honestly, it kind of makes sense from like a business point of view, because consoles are like loss leaders for these gaming publishers. Like, it's easily their biggest overhead and the lowest profit margin that they get, to the fact where they sell consoles at a loss. Like, all consoles are sold at a loss. So it makes sense for them to want to move away from consoles. So I'm curious how this plan by Korean developers and the Korean government will map onto the landscape in just even like a couple years. It'll be interesting to see. Hopefully they lean into PC. Hopefully. I'm hoping they just go, you know what? Fuck it. We're just going to partner with Steam. That will be... If they do that, oh my god, dude. The gamers around the world will fucking love Korea. More than anyone else. If the Korean devs and the government be like, you know what? We're just going to push onto Steam. You know, Steam Deck's a thing. It's kind of like a cross between a console and between a PC game and a mobile game. You know, it's like, that would be fucking amazing to see. They just go all in on Steam. Let's see. As for games that are currently in the works, the first Berserker, Kazan, looks to be full of potential. And Crimson Desert is another title worth keeping an eye on. So Crimson Desert is made by the same people who made oh crap, what's it called? Black Desert. Same people. And they released a trailer at the latest, not G3, one of the big conventions they released, and it looked insane in scope and presentation, like absolutely wild. The Korean studios have proven to be quite talented. I'm surprised they didn't mention the First Descendant in here. That's interesting. Have proven to be quite talented, and it seems the Ministry is looking to put these talents to good use. Fans can also expect these games to receive bigger budgets moving forward. See, that's the one worrying thing. Potentially allowing developers from the region to match the biggest names of the industry in terms of raw production values. Now, the thing is, they say receive bigger budgets, but I mean, this is being largely funded by the Korean government, so hopefully that means they're not going to be seeking out loans and being predated upon by ESG funds. Hopefully. I'd honestly rather it continue to be funded by the Cultural Ministry of Korea than from, Larry Fink and his evil ass. So, Korea can antagonize the woke? Yeah, I hope so. Because Korea is pretty quickly looking like the new Japan. People kind of, and their desire to flee the, Western cultural influences, ran to Japan, but now it looks like the place where, to get true separation from Western influence is Korea, because the West has its tentacles all over Japan right now, and it's sad to see. You got to be really careful. Like Disney is like trying to gobble up anime right now, which is like so disgusting. And you see, like, you got to be really careful about certain game studios in Japan now, because they've been very, very westernized, unfortunately. Capcom, Bandai Namco, Sega, major ones. You just got to be careful. But Korea is pretty much Western free, as far as I could tell. Like, they don't give a fuck about anything coming from the West. They're just like, no, our cultural output is superior, and we're gonna shove it in your face. We're gonna shove Eve from Stellar Blade's vagina and amazing ass in your face, and we're gonna laugh at you while you scream, and the gamers will love them for it. With the culture war in Korea, that's good. Yeah, it is. Japan is fan of the tentacles. God. But yeah, that I need to look up this first Berserker Kazan, because I haven't heard of that one. I need to look that one up. Because the only Korean game I had on my radar besides Stellar Blade and Liza P was First Ascendant, so I need to look this up. But I would definitely say I would just recommend people start putting Korean devs on your radars, because they're about to make a major push into the AAA market, and I am all for it. I'm 100% for it. Okay, let's get to some less good news in the gaming sphere. First, go there. Then, I'm not going to do that. We all know about Sony censorship. No. I have to at least talk about all the topics that I mentioned in the title of the video. Here we go. Okay, so we'll start it off with a tweet. I'm just going to open all these tabs up right now. One last. Open this up.
Oh!
Don't want to react to that. I want to react to this.
Please welcome to the...
Okay. Okay, so let's start with a tweet. Yeah. Okay, from Grumps. Vindicated once again. When Microsoft acquired Blizzard, I explained how Game Pass is not sustainable and bad for developers. I was endlessly attacked for this and told it was quote-unquote great. I was right then, and now here we are with Microsoft not able to sustain the studios they acquired and closing many good companies. Okay, so he's posting a marketing person from... I think he's inside Microsoft, so he knows what the hell's up. But I'm not sure what the source is. But he basically explains why Game Pass is basically causing Xbox to crash and burn. So he says there are 2 reasons why all those Bethesda studios closed, and neither of them have anything to do with Bethesda directly. Game Pass and Activision. The biggest paradox with Game Pass is that basically every game that launches on the service badly misses its sales goals. Right, yeah, because it's a subscription service, and if you're subscribed to the thing and you're going to get the thing on that thing that you're already paying for, you're not going to buy it separately as its own purchase. So, yeah, it's a cannibalizing feature, and you're just banking on the idea that the subscriptions, the money you make from subscriptions, will outperform the money you would make from single purchases on any given game. That's the that's the gamble, essentially. Makes sense though. Why pay full price to buy a game when you can play it for free as part of your subscription? Well, that's an oxymoron. You're not getting it for free. You're getting it as part of your subscription that you pay for. This is accounted for somewhat by attributing portions of revenue to top-performing Game Pass games every month. But there are factors working against games, namely the fact that most games don't stay at the top of the chart for more than a month or two, and also that Game Pass growth has stagnated. So games like Hi-Fi Rush, which is incredible, mind you, gets a very small bump in revenue from being the hot Game Pass game for a month, then it falls off a cliff when everyone moves on to the next thing. Poor Redfall had it even worse as it launched so rough it never had a chance. By the way, this is exactly what's happened with the streaming wars. Like Netflix and Disney Plus and like Amazon Prime, all of these streaming services has the exact same problem, which is why, as of the most recent earnings calls, Twitter is the only streaming service that's ever actually made a profit. All of the other ones have only lost money. And it's for this exact same reason, because the subscription money basically requires the subscription model requires them to constantly create like a sludge pipe of content, and this applies to the normal streaming services like Netflix and the like of that. It also applies to Game Pass. Game Pass is Netflix but for video games. That's what it is. Okay, but the thing is that when you have a subscription service, you have to create enough content to keep people on the service month to month to month. So you're basically forced to, to release things in like a sludge pipe, like model, where it's just a constant push of content, because you have to have enough content every month to justify people going, oh, there hasn't been anything on that service for a couple months. I'm going to stop paying for it. And then they cancel their subscription, right? And then they become really selective about what individual games they make or they buy. So they end up losing on that. And the thing is that one of the things that they're realizing, it's like, okay, if they're paying, let's say $20 a month for Game Pass or whatever they pay, you know what I mean? That means they're paying $240 a year for Game Pass. That's literally 4 games. That's only 4 games a year. The vast majority of people, if they were to buy the individual games, would pay for a lot more than 4 games worth, right? So they're losing money on the subscription model as a result of this. So it's really hurting them. And it's basically kind of coming home to roost right now. And it's also come home to roost for a lot of these streaming companies as well, like Netflix and stuff like that. Although Netflix is like the only one that's actually managed to come out on top and in the black, essentially. Get my good window up. My good window. Okay. Let's see. This system was fine for a while when Game Pass was growing like gangbusters. Again, compare it to the streaming model of like Netflix and stuff like that. But now it's slowed way down, and the amount of revenue it's attributing for games isn't keeping up with the budgets to make them. That's the other issue, is that the budget for these massive games that they need to push down the pipe, or as expensive, if not more so, than like television series or single pass movies that are produced by originally by Amazon Prime or whatever. And not only that, but you have longer life cycles. Like, games take longer to make than movies and television shows. So it's like, it's a really, really, really difficult model to make work. Let's continue. But all that wouldn't have mattered even 3 or 4 years ago, because back then Xbox was basically a rounding error on Microsoft's books. The division made some money, but more importantly, it didn't cost that much, and other parts of the business easily covered the gap. Then Xbox went on a buying spree and spent a lot of money on Bethesda, but orders of magnitude more on Activision. Now the Eye of Sauron has turned, and Xbox is expected to start making that $70 billion back, or at least cut expenses to the bone and then some while they try. Compare this to Disney Plus and their buying spree of, you think Star Wars, what they bought for like 3.2 billion, I think, or something like that. Yet the big one that's coming home to roost for Disney and Disney Plus, this is one of the reasons that their stock dropped like 10% overnight, by the way, is number one, they spent $70 billion to buy Fox, 20th Century Fox. And then on top of that, they also have the bill come due for Hulu. Because the whole thing about Disney Plus and Hulu is that before, they bought Hulu from Cox, and they basically paid them like a fraction of the price with a promise to pay the rest of it by a certain time. Well, that time came due, and they didn't have the cash on hand to buy it, so they had to take out a massive loan to complete the purchase of Hulu. So they were basically forced to go into a big hole to purchase Hulu. So that, plus the Fox acquisition, and the fact that Disney Plus subscribership has absolutely leveled off, if not lost subscribers, is really causing a lot of red to show up on their books. And it's very, very similar to what's happening with Game Pass right now. Let's see. That brings us back to Game Pass. So far, the big bets on driving new subscriptions, Redfall and Starfield, that didn't work, haven't spurred near enough growth. And there's not much on the horizon that is likely to restart the momentum. The best bet is Call of Duty. Oof. But do you really risk the guaranteed sales revenue, which is like, it's more than $1 billion a year, I think. Doesn't Call of Duty make something like $1 billion plus on every release? It's a insane money-making machine. But do you really risk the guaranteed sales revenue that franchise brings by putting it on Game Pass on day one and potentially lose massive sales? Yeah, that's an insane gamble. That is an insane gamble. In microtransactions, yeah. Man. If they put Call of Duty on Game Pass, that's... Whew. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know what the plans are, but either you put it on Game Pass and lose money, or you don't, and the subscribers revolt because they think that's what they signed up for. Yikes. Yeah. Call of Duty will be fine, though. Yeah, Call of Duty as a franchise will be fine, yeah. As will all the other mega studios with huge IPs. So they're talking about like Minecraft. You can think maybe like Assassin's Creed for Ubisoft. It's like their one like flagship IP that's like almost certain to make money in every iteration. Honestly, I feel like Ubisoft. I don't know. Is Rainbow Six profitable with Ubisoft? I don't know. They haven't done anything. I feel like they haven't done anything with Rainbow Six in a while. I know that Watch Dogs is completely dead. Kinda? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Ubisoft has a lot of room to shrink, though. They got, like, fucking so many goddamn studios all around the world. Like, every time I watch the credits to the end of an Ubisoft game, there's, like, 10 minutes of just, like, these are all the people at this studio, and at that studio, and at this studio. And it's like, fuck, how many studios do you have, Ubisoft? Jesus. Like, they have so much room to, like, shrink and consolidate. It's insane. Plus, they get a ton of funding from the governments. Like, that's why they, and it's not just them, like, they and a ton of different studios, they set up in like, Vancouver, Canada, for a reason. It's because Canada gives them fucking kickbacks. The same way the UK gives massive tax breaks to Hollywood when they film in the UK. Like, so much shit from Hollywood is filmed in the UK because, like, they have, like, a massive, like, 25%, like, rebate on their taxes, basically. It's huge. Game studios do the same thing, you know, and Ubisoft is one of them. You know, that's why they're centralized in places like Vancouver and stuff like that. I mean, hell, like, Skull and Bones was, like, pretty much entirely funded by the government of Singapore, for crying out loud. So anyway, I digress. Let's see. COD would be fine, though, as will other mega studios with huge IPs, but you're seeing the impact. All those smaller studios making really interesting games are going to fall away. Yeah, they're basically going to bank on the major IPs that they know are going to make them money and just sit on those and do nothing. They're not going to innovate. They're like, innovation at Microsoft is basically dead. Simply because as good as games as Hi-Fi Rush are, they're never going to make enough money to make up that $70 billion hole that Xbox now has to dig itself out of. And, yeah, and they're not anytime soon. I also think that this is a major contributor to why they're going to ditch the console hardware. I think that they're gonna bank entirely on like Steam Deck or whatever, and like cloud gaming. I think they're gonna go in on cloud gaming hard, because I think that they're like, well, if we can get our games to work on literally anything that can play a Netflix movie, which is basically everything now. Pretty much everything is capable of, like, streaming Netflix. And if you do entirely cloud gaming, then your gaming platform doesn't need to be any more powerful than something that can stream Netflix, because you're literally just streaming the game to your device, so you can play it anywhere. You just got to have a controller. It makes sense from a business point of view, because, like I said before, the consoles are hardware loss leaders for these major publishing companies like Microsoft and Sony. So that's where I think that they're going, and they're going to have to bank heavily on old reliables like Call of Duty and stuff like that to dig them out of this hole. I'm going to go back to talking about Disney again, because I honestly know more about that kind of stuff than this kind of stuff. But, like, Bob Iger in the most recent earnings call, basically, he literally said, it's like, yeah, we're basically focusing on sequels from here on for the foreseeable future. Nothing new or risky, because they have got such a massive amount of debt that they have to make up for in a short amount of time, that the only thing that they can do is stuff that reliably makes them good chunks of change. And I think that that's the bind that Xbox is in right now, unfortunately. Let's move over to what actually happened. So this is from IGN. Microsoft closes Redfall developer Arcane Austin, Hi-Fi Rush developer Tango Gameworks, and this was the big alarming closure, was Tango Gameworks, because it basically said, like, whether or not your studio closes has no dependence on whether or not you produce good product. And that, if you're a product developer, is very demoralizing, I have to say. I know that if my boss came in and said, it's like, yeah, whether or not you keep your job has no dependence on the quality of the work you create, I would start looking for a new job. You know? It's like, well, why the fuck should I care about the quality of the work that I make then? You know? If it has no bearing on whether or not I get to keep my job. Microsoft has closed a number of Bethesda studios, including Redfall maker. We just went through that. Alpha Dog Games, maker of mobile game Mighty Doom. Never heard of them. Will also close. Roundhouse Studios will be absorbed by the Elder Scrolls Online developers ZeniMax Online Studios. And Microsoft is currently valued at over $3 trillion. Jesus Christ. Did not say how many staff will lose their jobs. I mean, thousands and thousands of people are going to lose their jobs. I mean, it has to, right? This is Bethesda. So, yeah, that's got to be a huge chunk of people. IGN has asked Bethesda for comment. No. Redfall, disastrous vampire co-op game will now not... Oh, this is Redfall, yeah. Receive promised updates, including an offline mode and new character DLC. Microsoft has ended all development. Microsoft said Redfall will remain online to play, and it will provide a make-good offer for those who bought the Hero DLC. Oh, thanks. Thanks for giving us what we paid for, Microsoft. God forbid. Arcane Lion, which is working on Marvel's Blade, survives the cull. I have no confidence in Marvel's Blade. Because remember, the person in charge of the narrative of Blade, the Blade game, is the woman who was that super racist woman who's in charge, who made that dating game. What was it called? Like Validate. It was called Validate. That garbage. Like, it was just like wokeification personified garbage tier dating game. That is who is in charge of Blade. So I have zero confidence in that shit. As does Bethesda Game Studios. Yeah, of course, Bethesda itself is going to survive. And Machine Games, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Doom developer ID Software is also unaffected. Let's see, this representation, that's just a drop quote. In an email to staff sent by Matt Booty, what a fucking name, head of Xbox Studios, Microsoft blamed the cuts on a reprioritization of titles and resources. I fucking hate this corpo speak. I can't stand it. Today I'm sharing changes we are making to the Bethesda and ZeniMax teams to double down on the franchises and invest to build new ones required. It's all just garbage corpo speak. Here are the changes. Arcane, we know that's getting shut down. Alpha Dog is closed. Tango is closed. This is the big one because they made Hi-Fi Rush, was like a super successful, fantastic, kind of like it was like an indie game basically that did amazing. And they were like, nope, not good enough. You're done. And then Roundhouse Games, which I guess is, I don't know what that is. Key role in a recent game's launch, bringing them to. They're getting absorbed into ZeniMax. Okay. With this consolidation, we can invest more deeply in our portfolio of games and new IP. A small number of roles across select Bethesda publishing and corporate teams will also be eliminated. Those whose roles will be impacted will be notified today. Okay. These changes are not a reflection of the creativity and skill of the talented individuals at these teams. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. It's like it has nothing to do with their performance. It's like, well, why the fuck should I bother about performing well if it has no bearing on whether or not I have a career at this company? You know, that's a really, really bad message to send to your workers. Bethesda remains one of the key pillars of Xbox with a strong portfolio of amazing games and thriving communities. I mean, let's be real. Bethesda is getting held up by fucking Skyrim. I mean, let's be real here. Skyrim is holding that studio up right now, which is a 10-year-old game. So, if that's a pillar, it's a shaky pillar. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I think that's enough of the thing. The email. Let's see. That's right. This is 3 months after they already cut 1,900 staff from its workforce. This is that's super morale booster there. The closure of Tango Gameworks is just over a year after the launch of Hi-Fi Rush, which many consider to be one of the best Xbox games in recent years. True. Aaron Greenberg, VP of Xbox Games Marketing at Microsoft, addressed concerns that Hi-Fi Rush had failed to meet sales targets, calling the game a breakout hit for us and our players in all key measurements and expectations. we couldn't be happier with what the team at Tango Gameworks delivered with this surprise release. Sounds like they expected it to fail, to be honest. Hi-Fi Rush launched on PS5. Yeah. Let's see. In a series of tweets, Arcane Lion Chief Dinga Bakaba hit out at the cuts, calling them absolutely terrible. So any executive reading this, friendly reminder that video games are an entertainment/cultural industry, and your business as a corporation is to take care of your artists/entertainers and help them create value for you. Don't throw us into gold fever gambits. Don't use us as straw men for miscalculations/blind spots. Don't make our work environments Darwinist jungles. You say we make you proud when we make it a good game. Make us proud when times are tough. We know you can. We've seen it before. For now, great teams are sunsetting before our eyes again, and it's a fucking gut stab. Lion is safe, but please be tactful and discerning about all this and respect affected folks' voice and leave it room to be heard. It's their story to tell, their feelings to express. Inside baseball, but if I read immersive sim curse from the community, especially from a fellow dev, I swear to God, please let's talk about the real challenges instead of rehashing irrational anxieties of the past. Even more inside baseball, but with a very, very, very wide range. As a wise and sorely missed man said, please stop. I mean, I don't really have anything else to add to that other than just, like, he's right. Like, this is the... Honestly, I feel like this is still a big part of the absolutely unsustainable, massive expansion that was underwent in the gaming sphere during the COVID era, when they basically adopted this insane growth strategy that was in no way sustainable, and yet they acted like it could, and now like those chickens are coming home to roost, and they have been since 2023. They have been. It's just that this year it's really hitting especially hard, but the thing is, it's not just that expansion. This is like a perfect storm of conditions that is causing a lot of these issues. And yeah, it's just a frame. Like when you have a game like Hi-Fi Rush, and you're just like, yeah, it was like amazing. It did amazing for us, but it's not good enough. It's like, well, you know, what the fuck do you want us to, you know, as developers to do in that situation? Like, we make you money, we work our ass off, we make you as a company money, we make your stock go up, and yet it's not good enough. It's just like, well, you know, if it's never good enough, then why the fuck bother? You know, it's just all this attitude, this infinite growth attitude, which is basically like, it's like you're taking a creative business, a business that's based entirely around creativity and artistic expression, and you're basically forcing it into a purely like a shareholder business strategy. And it's like, they're not compatible. Like, shareholders want profits now, and they want growth because they want to buy into a company and they want to sell higher, you know? And if that's the only perspective that you have with your company, you will inevitably fail, because infinite growth is impossible. You can't. The thing is, it's like, your market cap is just that. It's capped. There's a maximum. You know, even if you have 100% of the market share, 100% is still the maximum. You can't grow infinitely. It's a model that's just destined for failure on its face. And it especially just does not work in conjunction with a creative and artistic, you know, endeavor. They're just not compatible. Puts on Kirsty Conspiracy shirt, Cat. Kind of makes you wonder. I mean, I could stretch some yarn, but I'm probably not going to. I want to keep. I don't want to dwell too much. I think one of the things I do want to do. There was the illusion of infinite growth, but now most people who could have a means to game are doing so. They have to fight for that pie. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what's happening. You're right. If you use the analogy of, like, market share, they were basically relying on their ability to basically, if you have like an actual pie, they were just making the pie itself bigger and bigger and bigger. But now they can't make that pie any bigger, so they're forced now to actually try to get a bigger slice of the pie. That's the only way that they can gain market share now. And it's just not viable. That's why we need to invest in multidimensional portal guns. Infinite growth would then be plausible. Indeed. This is a good investment strategy. If there is a company that goes public with an idea, I will invest in that company. Gotta make better games. It takes effort and risk. Well, that's the thing, though, is that, like, risk can be offset by total budget. Like, yes, if you're developing a AAA game that costs $250 million, $300 million, let's say Spider-Man 2 or something like that. Yes, if this is a brand new IP that forces you to innovate and create new characters that are immediately endearing to the player base, etc., 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 you have to commit to this. The development of this game over probably a game like that is probably like a 4-year dev cycle if it's going well and it's run well. 3 to 4 years for something like that. And then it's a massive risk, absolutely. But if you took that $250-300 million and you, instead of making one game and put all your eggs in that basket, what if instead you took those and turned them into like $20 to $50 million chunks and gave that $20 to $50 million to a small team of, let's say, 20 to 50 people, and you say, hey, or let them come to you and say, like, I got this idea for a really cool little game here, right? And you let them come to you and you let them build the team, and you say, okay, so now you have like a half dozen $20 to $50 million essentially AA projects going on at the same time, and then you release them in a staggered schedule across the course of, let's say, 6 to 9 to 12 months, right? So you have one studio developing, they release, and then they start work on their next game, and by the time the last developer releases, that first developer team is ready to release a new one. So you have this constant cycle, right? And if any of them fail, it's like, well, now it's not nearly as much of a risk because your budget is a lot lower, and you have a much higher chance of like 1 or 2 of those half dozen being successful, right? So, like, it seems like a no-brainer to me in terms of a business. In my opinion, the stockholder model is just bad. Yeah, it is. Growth isn't infinite. Responsibility and accountability is spread across potentially millions of shareholders, and they are cripplingly risk-averse. Oh, yeah. Oh, exactly. The bigger a company is, the more risk-averse they are. And you can always tell, like, honestly, if you go onto LinkedIn and look at companies, you can generally gauge how risk-averse they are just by looking at how many employees work for them. Like, if a company has like less than like 100 people working for them, that's a company that's going to take a lot of risk, right? If you've got a company that has 40,000 people working for it, they are not going to be risk-averse at all. So, but again, if you take these massive budgets and you give them to smaller, more agile teams that have actual creative visions and aren't going to be subject to scope creep and edicts from management that don't have a fucking clue about how to develop games that players like, you know what I mean? And you give like a half dozen teams these smaller AA budgets, I think that's a much, much more surefire way to find success financially. And because they're smaller, more passionate teams, you also allow more creativity and innovation to happen. and it's only good for the business, because if one team develops an innovation, that innovation can then be taken by the business and be used by other teams for other projects down the line. You know, so you're just constantly innovating and iterating off of each other. That to me is like a healthy development ecosystem. And yet these studios just don't seem to have a clue. They just don't have a fucking clue. But anyway, the last thing about this topic that I want to go through is this. Oh, it's not showing it. There it goes. So this is a very, very recent, as of 2 days ago, Bloomberg Live event. It was an interview that Bloomberg did with Sarah Bond, the diversity hire president of Xbox. And you can see, you can't see it on the screen here, but this thing is massively ratioed. It has 69 giggity thousand views. It's got 1.2 thousand upvotes and 8.7 thousand downvotes. This thing is ratioed into oblivion.
The stage, Sarah Bond, president of Xbox at Microsoft, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Dina Bass.
This fucking music, man, I've been to like a small handful of these kind of like corpo business to business events like this, and it's just nonstop fucking cringe, dude. Like they play this like because they want to be cool, you know what I mean? But it's just like, I'm sorry, but you got like two middle-aged white ants, you know, walking up to like the kind of couch you'd see like on the Maury Povich show or the fucking View, you know, or like some shitty late night comedian's couch, and they're trying to make that cool with this cringy fucking music. It's like, stop it, just fucking stop it.
Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today. So I want to start talking about the industry in general. You and Microsoft Games CEO Phil Spencer have been raising kind of the alarm that the video game industry is just not growing, and there's a real need to figure out how to reverse that.
See, right out of the bat, what's the only perspective they're going to take in this whole fucking interview? Growth. That's the only thing they care about, is just growth, growth, growth. The whole thing is from a shareholder's perspective, and that is it. They don't give a fuck about the perspective of the customers, the gamers. They don't give a fuck about the perspective of the developers and their employees. All they care about is line must go up and to the right. That's the only perspective they have, and I'm fucking sick of it. I like, right, Scott? Stop hitting the like. It just doesn't work here. Yeah, exactly. It's just, the music is made cringe. It manifests as cringe in this environment. Outside of this environment, it's fine. But it is made manifest as cringe in this kind of environment.
What's causing the issue, and how does Xbox turn it around?
Yeah, you know,
So she just asked, what's causing the issue with growth stagnation, and how do we turn it around?
last year or so in video games, largely the industry's been flat. And even in 2023, we saw just some tremendous releases, tremendously groundbreaking games, but still.
She said groundbreaking games. What is she talking about? She's talking about Hi-Fi Rush. She's talking about... You think she's thinking about Hogwarts and that? Because Hogwarts was on all platforms, and that thing sold like massively, everywhere. What else is there? Starfield? Does Starfield actually sell well? I think it actually did sell pretty decently. It was just a shit game that everybody acknowledges is shit. What else? What other games were massive hits in 2023 for Xbox? Because I'm drawing blanks. That's the thing. Like, I don't like what hits did Xbox have last year that were exclusive on Xbox and not multi-plat? I can't think of any. Was Hi-Fi Rush an Xbox exclusive? I can't remember. But anyway.
The growth didn't follow all of that.
Hi-Fi. Okay, so Hi-Fi. She's talking about Hi-Fi. When she says that, we saw all these amazing things. It's like you're talking about Hi-Fi, and you closed it. Thanks.
It's, you know, a lot of that's related to our need to bring new players in, make gaming more accessible. But
What did you think she means by that? Make games more accessible. Bring new players in. That's cloud gaming. I'm telling you, that's cloud gaming. That's removing the hardware barrier. That's what that is, I think. I think it is.
all of that has been happening at the same time that the cost associated with making these beautiful AAA blockbuster games is going up, and the time it takes to make them is going up. And so much of our focus as Xbox is about how we do things to help the industry all up, while also ensuring.
What the fuck does all up mean? What is that? I've never heard that before. What does all up mean? I'm fine with more accessible when you're thinking about people with physical disabilities. Oh yeah, me too. Dude, some of the coolest innovations that have happened over the last decade are these really cool, unique controllers that are designed specifically for blind people or people with certain disabilities. There's actually the more commonly known one is all the different color blindness mitigating factors that a lot of AAA games offer now. There's been a lot of really cool innovations that have allowed people with disabilities to play video games, which I agree with you, Outlaw, is fucking amazing. I think it's a really cool investment.
That our brand,
But that's not what she's talking about. She is not talking about disabled people here.
Everything that we do is there through this moment of transition.
Related to some of.
Okay, did you notice what she didn't do there? She didn't answer the question at all. She just went. That was just a bunch of corporate nonsense. That's what she just said. She gets really vague corpo speak, but the question was, why is it flatlining, and what can we do to fix it? And she was like, her answer was, yeah, it's been flatlining, hasn't it? That was her answer, basically. She didn't say anything towards the question there. So good job, diversity hire Sarah Bond. You're a credit to your profession. I just want a perfected auto jack for hentai. Honestly, Nintendo is the masters of video game hardware gimmicks. That's gonna come from Nintendo. You're gonna have an auto jacker, and it's gonna have the big old Nintendo logo just slapped on it, and you're just gonna be looking at that Nintendo logo, while you coom. You're just gonna coom with Nintendo all night long, every night. NDA.
The trends you're identifying. Earlier this week, Xbox announced the shuttering of 4 game studios. I know you're not the studio's chief, but how should gamers understand that move in terms of Microsoft's commitment to developing innovative exclusive games?
Yeah, it's always extraordinarily hard when you have to make decisions like that. I'll go back.
You see the rapid blinking? That rapid blinking is her trying to come up with an answer. That's her brain going oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I need to think of something. So she's basically waddling, not waddling, waffling to come up with an answer. That's what that rapid blinking indicates.
Back to what I was saying about the industry, and when we looked at those fundamental trends, we feel a deep responsibility to ensure that the games we make, the devices we build, the services that we offer are there through moments, even when the industry isn't growing and when you're through a time of transition. And the news we announced earlier this week is an outcome of that. and our commitment to make sure that the business is healthy for the long term.
There we go again. Again, it's like innovation doesn't matter. Success as a game, and and producing good games doesn't matter. All that matters is the bottom line for the shareholders every quarter. That's the only thing that matters. It's fucking gross.
But
to be fair, the diversity hire's job is to give the best answer for the company for each question, and not answering that question was the best answer. I mean, fair enough. I mean, I actually think that the interviewer is doing a good job so far. I haven't watched this, by the way, so I don't. I'm going into this blind. I saw Asmongold react to it, but I didn't want to react to Asmongold reacting. I wanted to react to it myself, so I just pulled the original and just stuck it in Discord.
But that said, our commitment to having our own studios and working with partners to have games large and small, we're a platform where you can play GTA, but you can also play Power World, where you can play Call of Duty, and you can also play Pentiment. That doesn't change.
That doesn't make you unique, though. That doesn't set you apart from your quote-unquote competition. Like, Power World is a Steam game. Like, that's not an Xbox game. What else did she say? Call of Duty? That's on all platforms. What else did she say? Whatever, but I don't know. She didn't say anything unique to Microsoft there.
And frankly, our commitment to Bethesda and the role that it plays is part of Xbox in everything we do. It's actually been pretty fantastic. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to check it out. The Fallout TV show was on Amazon, and it's been great to see people fall in love with that universe, but also what it's done for the games themselves.
What is Bethesda making right now, though? Is Bethesda, the game company, capitalizing on the success of the Fallout TV show? I mean, I know that there's been an upsurge of Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4 purchases and stuff like that. But what is Bethesda making right now? They're making the next Elder Scrolls game. They're not making the next Fallout game. They're not going to capitalize on the success of the television show like they need to. How much head did she get for that position? She give for that position? Might have been a bit of both. A little column A, a little column B, maybe Umbra.
And people going back and exploring everything that's in.
Notice that she's also mastered the art of you say only 2 or 3 words at a time, and then you pause for 1 to 2 seconds. That's a technique that C-suiters and public speakers are taught to command audiences, and it's how you can sound like you're speaking with authority while speaking completely out of your ass. It's a very old and tried and true and tested technique that works. The only thing they did was update Fallout 4 for the new console. Yeah, it's so the fuck what? You know what I mean? Nobody's playing. Who gives a fuck about anything that Bethesda make off of PC? Nobody plays, because the whole thing, all Bethesda games are dependent on the modding community that only exists on the PC. So everybody plays Bethesda games on PC. Nobody gives a fuck about Bethesda games on console. It's oh yeah, we saw this massive success with the Fallout television show. It's yeah, that's gonna come and go, and you're not gonna capitalize it on the gaming side of it. So who cares?
Inside of that, there's some other great things that are coming from our studios later this year. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I was a big indie fan growing up.
Oh God, she's trying to relate to us, chat. She was a big indie fan growing up. She's just like us. I bet her favorite one is the new one with Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I saw the trailer for the whatever the circle jerk, Indiana Jones and the circle jerk, I don't know. And I was like, why is it first person? That's my big hang up. Like that game has no business being a first person game. And the whip mechanics look janky as fuck. I appreciated the sound design. All the gunfire and the big echoey punch sound effects and the whip sounds all came like right out of the movie. I like that. That was like the one thing I liked from that trailer. But the thing is that because of the massive failure of the recent Indiana Jones game movie, I don't think that game is going to do very well. I don't think that these brands can rely on major Hollywood IPs for success anymore. And I honestly think that Star Wars Outlaws in August is going to be a major bellwether for that hypothesis. If Star Wars Outlaws doesn't perform well, that's going to be a major sign that gaming companies cannot rely on major Hollywood IPs for success at all anymore. We shall see.
Looks like you were too. So you should check that out. But really right now for us and our teams, our focus is on the people impacted and doing everything that we can do to help them through this hard transition.
I think one of the...
Like what? Like, you took all the employees for these studios that you're closing are just getting scattered to the wind. Like, Tango is not going to reform as its own independent studio again. It's not going to happen. You scatter them to the wind. Like, we're going to help them through this transition. What? By firing them? That's what you're doing. Like, you can't help them. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what a bullshit. Again, with this bullshit corpo speak. It's just fucking nonsense, and I hate it. I love mainstream games growing up. I started loving indies when AAA started being garbage. I've always been pretty well-rounded in, like, AAA versus double and single A. I feel like, but like growing up, I mean, the only thing I had growing up was like, you know, Nintendo, Super Nintendo. I had a Genesis, I had a GameCube, I had an N64, and you're kind of forced into just major games on those consoles back in the day. I mean, the whole like AAA, AA, single A, like breakdown, that wasn't even a thing until like more, you know, man, I'm trying to think, because you have to remember, like, back with like with the original Nintendo and even with like the Super Nintendo, game development was the wild fucking west, man. Like, every studio was like just flying by the seat of their pants. It was fucking crazy times. I mean, this is times when like they would literally like create fake names in their credits because they didn't want their employees getting poached by rival game developer companies and stuff like that. Like, it was fucking crazy back then, man. The whole like single A, double A, triple A thing didn't really come along until Sony and Microsoft entered the picture, I feel like. So I feel like I was pretty rounded the whole time. Not to mention the generations that have nostalgia for these IPs are going away. The mass of the new market couldn't care less about these old properties. Yeah, because they're just on YouTube and TikTok. They don't give a fuck. The modern generations don't get entertained by Hollywood. They entertain each other through social media. They don't need these companies anymore to make their entertainment for them. They can make it themselves. It's true, like, the older generations that actually have attachment nostalgia for these IPs, like me, again, I'm 41, I have grown almost entirely apathetic. There are very few franchises that I could give a fuck about anymore that I considered major contributing influences in my childhood. Disney, Hasbro, all of these IPs like G.I. Joe, Ninja Turtles, and all these other kind of things. I never thought until it did happen that it could happen that I would stop giving a fuck about these major IPs that I grew up with and I fucking loved as a kid. And now, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. And I never thought that I would say that until I said it, until I ended up inevitably said it. Told me, okay, Grandpa. Fair enough. Hey, I'm fine with it, man. You can call me Grandpa. I'm fine with that. I am fully content with my age. It's what was an indie game during the days of Super Metroid? Yeah, exactly. Like what the fuck was an indie game? Like everything was like crazy back then. People that told me not to watch too much TV growing up, I now see do nothing but watch TV. Seems like every year a new IP gets tainted and I care less and less. Yeah, I'm at the point now where I have stopped giving a shit about some IPs that I grew up with before they've gotten tainted. Like I've just learned. I'm just like I don't care anymore. I do not care, and even if it hasn't been tainted, I still don't care. I'm done. I'm fucking done because they inevitably will be. You know, it's just like why?
One of the things that was most upsetting.
Only because I keep bringing it up. I know it's my fault. I became cautious about games when Super Mario World 2 came out. I like Super Mario World 2. That's the one where it's all like a dream and it's like got weird gameplay mechanics where like you don't like when you land on an enemy you have to like pick them up and throw them. You can't like just kill them. I remember that as being one of the very first like hard games that I ever played. Or Baby Mario? Oh, gosh. Yeah, I can't remember. I haven't played a Mario game since like Mario Galaxy 2. It's been a long time for me.
To Xbox gamers and to employees is that, you know, one of the shuttered studios in particular just created a hit game, did really well on Game Pass and in terms of engagement, and won a ton of awards. Shouldn't succeeding...
Notice you said did really well on Game Pass, but we already know why that's a bad thing. Imagine if Hi-Fi Rush wasn't on Game Pass and everybody had to buy it individually. How much more money it would have made them. Way more.
In that way, ensure the future of a studio?
Oh, that's a great question by the interviewer. She just said, like, shouldn't, like, whether or not a studio is kept around or not be based on whether or not they produce successful games or not? Like, the quality should determine the outcome is what she's asking, right?
You know, one of the things I really love about the games industry is it's a creative art form. And it means that...
See that rapid blinking again? Just look out for that rapid blinking. That's her tell. That's her tell that she's making shit up. That she's dodging the question. That's what she's doing. The reason why I became cautious because they used Super Mario name and gave you a completely different product than the first. Oh, the bait. It was like one of the original bait and switches, basically. The way her head moves is very telling when her head moves forward. Yeah, she's got a lot of tells. To me, the blinking one is the big one for me. See, look at that blinking.
And what success is for each game and studio is also really unique. Like, there's no one size fits all to it for us. And so we look at each studio, each game team, and we look at a whole variety of factors when we're faced with sort of making decisions and trade-offs like that. But it all comes back to our long-term commitment to the games we create, the devices we build.
Look at this graph they're showing. It's hard to read the years. I think this is so damn tiny. I can't read it. I can't read it, but I'm assuming. Is this when Game Pass got introduced? That's what I'm assuming this is showing. This is when Game Pass became a thing. And it's just been like declining and declining and declining. Meanwhile, the budgets for games are going up and up and up and up, and now this is no longer a sustainable model. And that's the dirty secret about streaming, is that they're not sustainable from the get-go.
Services and
profit. I'm looking. I know that this is like, yeah, this is growth projections going up, but I'm looking at, it says year over year, so but I'm having a hard time seeing the years. If this is 24, 23, 22, 21, did Game Pass get made in 2021? Also, hi, Electric Angel. Didn't get as much DEI money from those successful companies in our our HR complains about them more. I actually think that one of the big probably the departments of these companies that have been conducting these massive layoffs are hitting these HR departments the hardest, honestly, because I think that they're seeing this as an opportunity to purge the zealots, the DEI zealots, at least as much as they can. They're never going to be able to get rid of them completely because they're fucking parasites. They're communist commissars that they've injected them into the companies.
And ensuring that we're setting ourselves up to be able to deliver on those promises.
That was the answer. She didn't say anything. She just spoke for like 90 seconds and said fuck all. Oh man, I'm telling you, it is an art form to be able to bullshit your way with corpo speak through an answer like that. You say 90 seconds worth of words and you said fucking nothing. It really is an art form.
Further about growth. I mean, one of the key focus areas for Xbox in terms of growth, and this was also one of the key bets in the Activision acquisition, was mobile.
Mm-hmm.
What's the Xbox plan for future mobile gaming, and when can we finally see it?
Yeah, it feels like it's been a long time since we announced the Activision acquisition, which we completed in October. And the whole thesis about that, a lot of why we did it was about mobile. And we felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single.
She's talking about cloud gaming. This is the, I'm telling you, this is the future that Microsoft is banking on for their gaming, is cloud gaming. That's what they're gonna go all in on. I think they wanted to minimize the hardware side of it, and by going cloud gaming, if your device can stream Netflix, it can stream all of the games from Xbox. I think that's their grand plan.
Ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us. But we are that now.
Oh, great. So Microsoft is going to basically become like, yeah, we're just going to facilitate Candy Crush and gacha games. Shitty gacha, inferior gacha games that, China and Japan and probably in Korea make better things, make better gacha games than we will. Like, I'm telling you, like, the innovation. This is a very donkey-faced fucking pause game right here, by the way. The innovation and risk is gone. It is gone at Microsoft. They are only going to do the safest shit that they know they can just milk for money year over year. That's all they're going to do. And they're going to do it basically forever. And you're not going to see anything interesting come out of the company. I'm sorry, but like, Microsoft is just, gaming, as far as I'm concerned, is just dead.
And so in July, we are going to be launching our mobile store experience.
Microsoft would make a killing if they made waifu equivalents Clippy, the office assistant. just make Clippy with tits. I mean, but they never. I mean, to take that joke a little bit more seriously than it was meant to. They never will, though, because they came out with that whole thing. Remember that they came out with that cringy guide, just like a month or so ago. That was like a guide for developers to basically like do do the costumes that your characters are modeled with like match the environment and the activities that they're doing? And blah 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 blah. Do they have this and that? Like this stupid shit. You know what I mean? This stupid woke shit. And they're never gonna do anything like that. They're never ever gonna do anything with sex appeal in mind. That no fucking way. Xbox fears knockers. They fear everything, except explicit pornography. They're fine with that. You know, they're fine with showing Abby getting railed in The Last of Us 2. No problems there. You know, but just regular old vanilla sexuality. You know, just a little bit of sexiness, a little bit of teasing. No, that's fucking, you know, blasphemy. It is halal.
We're going to start actually by bringing our own first-party portfolio to that. So you're going to see games like Candy Crush show up in that experience.
Oh my god, she actually said Candy Crush. Are you fucking kidding me? She fucking said it? Haram? Yes, I meant haram. What is halal? Halal is a Jewish thing, isn't it? I meant haram. Oh my god, I can't believe she actually said Candy Crush. Jesus Christ.
Games like Minecraft. And then we're going to extend that capability to partners so that they can also take advantage of it and have a true cross-platform gaming-centric.
Why would they use your new platform when Steam is there? And that Steam Deck is a thing. Why? Steam Deck is fucking amazing. It is amazing what that thing is capable of. Why would third parties want to fuck around with your, you know, censorious bullshit and go and jump through all your fiery hoops to be in your little stupid store when Steam is right there on the same platform? Why? There's no reason for them to do that. There's no incentive there unless Microsoft just wants, unless they just hand them a giant fucking bag of money. You know, but it's just like, see how that works out for you, studio. Every studio that sells out to Microsoft seems to fucking die within 5 years. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't see this plan working.
Mobile experience. We're going to start on the web, and we're doing.
Halal is the permissive thing. Okay, so I got the terms wrong. I'm sorry.
Doing that because that really
only exception is Age of Empires fucking based.
allows us to have it be an experience that's accessible across all devices, all countries, no matter what, independent of the policies of, you know, closed ecosystem stores. And then we're going to extend from there. So I'm excited about it just because it's something that we wanted to do for a long time. We've heard gamers talking about it.
She literally just described we're just going to make like, no, I want Steam, mommy. We have Steam at home, and then Steam at home is, you know, the I got it on Wish Xbox store. Like that's what she just said. Again, they're just gonna make a Steam clone that's gonna be inferior. So like, why would? And that's the thing. Like, PC players are so inculcated into the Steam ecosphere, you are not going to be able to pry them away from that. It's just not going to happen. Like, I'm sorry, but this is becoming delusional. This plan is almost becoming delusional to me. Still releasing banger DLC for that? I know, right? It's fucking amazing.
For a long time.
I need to get it and download it and play it again. I haven't played that game in such a long time.
We're now at the point where we can take those steps.
And so in July when it launches, we at that point at the beginning see Candy Crush and Minecraft in it, or how soon, or?
You'll see things roll out over time.
Do you know how soon partners will be able to use it as well?
You know, our goal is to get partners using it shortly after launch. We really want to make sure we start and we scale using our own IP first. That allows us to make sure that
Shouldn't you lock down partners before you launch the thing? What if you're like, oh yeah, we're going to get partners after it launches, and then the partners don't show up to the level that you planned them to? What then? Like, that doesn't seem like you're doing things in the right order here.
The experience that we bring partners into really builds on all the quality and learning that we have as a team.
Also, nobody gives a fuck about Microsoft Games Publishing. Like, if you want people to come to that platform on day one, you're going to need partners that will actually draw players to it. And because Microsoft Games ain't going to do that. Like, this is stupid.
Another big discussion point in the Activision acquisition was cloud gaming and how big that market really was. When will we really see it gain traction? Is it gaining users finally in any particular regions and scenarios? How is it doing? What do people use it for?
Yeah, so, cloud gaming, for those that don't know, I don't know if everyone here in the audience is familiar with it, is just the ability to play a game natively from the cloud. So you don't need to actually have a piece of hardware in your home, and you can experience something that's AAA Xbox gaming on.
You better have a bitchin' internet connection, though. Like, that's your limiting factor there.
Any device, regardless of the local compute that you have.
Because if you're doing cloud gaming, that means that you've got to, like, if you've got a controller, like a hardware controller attached to whatever device you have, and you're streaming a game that requires like really quick input controls, like let's say it's a fighting game or something like that, like those inputs have to go to the device, and the device has to transmit those inputs through the cloud to the server, wherever the fuck the server is, and then that has to go all the way back to the device and display those inputs. And it has to happen with like a latency of like less than 100 milliseconds. Like, good luck. Like, have fun with that.
And we have been investing.
And I know that they have like technology like in fighting games right now. There's like it's like an input delay or something like that, where it records the inputs from the other player, and it like, I can't remember exactly how it works, but it like evens out, like, so like you can multiplayer from across, like, with another player across the world, and it behaves completely seamlessly with like these really precise and short timing windows and stuff like that in fighting games. But that's just the multiplayer part of it. That's not the actual like game itself. You know what I mean? You're talking about the game itself and those multiplayer elements. It's like, I'm sorry, but that's a big limiting factor to cloud gaming. A big limiting factor. Rollback, that's what it's called, yeah. You have to see Rumble used in such a way that brings real value to a game. I mean, Rumble's just like a gimmick, I feel like. If Rumble went away, I wouldn't like, I mean, I would say like, oh, that's kind of lame. But at the same time, it's not going to like make or break anything. I mean, Rumble is just like you have to remember that Rumble goes all the way back to the N64 days, when you had like the Rumble pack that you'd buy like for another like $25 and attach to the little thing at the bottom of the controller. It's just a gimmick to like add to the immersion. That's all it really is. But it's not really necessary. I mean, honestly, I get more immersion in like firing a gun by like the increasing the pressure of like a trigger pull. Like when I like pull the right trigger of my PS5 controller, it can actually add resistance, right? So I can actually make it harder and easier to push that trigger down. That function, that concept is more immersive than the controller just vibrating. You know,
in that for some time, because we really believe that opening up sort of these beautiful immersive experiences to more gamers is important for industry growth, for developers, and we know people want to play those experiences. And we're seeing tremendous.
Do they though? Sure. Insert John Cena. Are you sure about that meme there? Like, honestly, I feel like most people just want to just not have to worry about, not have to bother with all this networking bullshit. A lot of people just want to be able to kick back and just play their game locally. You know, because that's the other thing that is got going against cloud gaming is like the pushback against ownership. That like the industry is trying to force this, like, you don't own your games, you like license them, And in the case of a cloud gaming, you're not even licensing. You know, you're literally paying for access. That's it. That's all you're paying for. So that's another thing. That's another hurdle that they're trying to get over. That I don't know if they're going to be able to get over that hurdle.
Growth there. We have more demand than supply in that area, and you'll see us rolling out more capacity, introducing more options for people to jump in and play on the cloud.
And is it growing faster than the overall market? We were talking about the market itself is down. Where is cloud gaming?
It is growing faster than the overall market, really bringing in new players and growth for us. So it's an area where we're investing more and we're excited about.
Earlier this year, Xbox announced for the first time that it was bringing a slate of Xbox-developed games, Xbox-exclusive games, to rival platforms.
Yeah, is it though? That's kind of what I feel like. I could say that like every 10 seconds to every one of her answers during this interview. Is it though?
Switch. That obviously was a big change. It was a little bit unsettling for some of the Xbox hardware fans. But how is it going so far? Do you have any data about how the games are doing? Do PlayStation gamers really want to play Sea of Thieves?
You know, it's early days. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Weren't all the originally Xbox exclusives that got dumped onto the PlayStation Store like became like the best sellers on the store? I think that happened. I think that's the case. I mean, I'd like to be able to play Sea of Thieves because it looks like everybody who plays it has a fun time with it. You know.
Yet, so I don't have specific data to share,
but that's fleeting. You know, you do that. It's a single pump and dump. You know, you dump those games on the PlayStation. You get a little spike, but it doesn't last. You know.
But we are really encouraged by the reception of our games. And one thing that I think it's important to note.
I wouldn't have an issue with cloud gaming if they had an option to download a copy to your hard drive for offline playing. Yeah, me too. Honestly, like I want to be able to own a local copy of a game that I don't have to be connected to fucking anything to be able to play it. I mean, a physical disc is ideal, but if I can have a local downloaded copy, I can live with that. So,
as Xbox, we've been putting games on other platforms.
This is why Nintendo, I think, is honestly going to be the last console standing, because they lean into physical game sales. You know, they like selling those tiny little cartridges that are so easy to lose. So you have to buy it again and again.
For a long time, Minecraft is available pretty much universally. The teams at Bethesda have had games on other platforms. The teams at Activision Blizzard have games on other platforms. And so it's a decision we just make on a game-by-game basis as we move forward and continue to execute on our strategy.
I mean, at the same time, we've talked about mobile, we've talked about cloud.
I like how they interview it. You ever notice? Has anyone else noticed that like this whole interview, the interviewer sounds like she's skeptical of like every answer that Sarah Bond is giving her. Like it's like the interview is having a hard. She's masking it well, but she comes across as not buying Sarah Bond's story.
I mean, of course, Xbox itself's heritage is in console, and the energy around the console right now is a little challenged. Many of the hardcore long-term customers are worried. They're worried about the release on other platforms. They're worried that that may indicate that Xbox is defocusing its own hardware. What do you say to them? How do you make them feel like Xbox is still for them?
Yeah, I mean, first the worry that I see is happening across the industry, and I think is a lot of what we're seeing, just industry all up. But specific to core gamers, my focus has really been on engineering and building that next generation hardware experience that really, really taps in to their needs. I talked about this a little bit publicly a few months.
What? You just said that you're investing heavily into cloud gaming, which is the antithesis of hardware. I mean, the whole point of cloud gaming is to move away from the hardware side of things And yet here you are in the very next answer saying, oh yeah, we want to make the next hardware thing like the latest and greatest, all this stuff. It's like, what is your plan? You don't seem to have like an actual plan here. You know, like they don't seem to have like a direction that they're focusing on. Like they're just listless. I don't understand these answers, like, and how they jive together, because they just don't.
Months ago, I talked about how, our focus is on delivering the biggest leap ever. And that's about really thinking through every aspect of what that hardware and what that experience delivers with the core gamer in mind. And that is about power and performance. That's absolutely a part of it.
Again, she just contradicted herself. She's like, we got to keep the core gamer in mind, core gamer in mind. Whereas her previous answer was like, oh yeah, we got to reach all these new gamers, all these new gamers. It's like, which is it? Who are you focusing on? Like, you can't do it all. You have to pick a path and focus on that path. It really comes across like she's like trying to like bullshit her way with answers that she thinks that everybody wants to hear, and that's it. It doesn't sound like they have like an actual solid plan.
But it's also about the ability to be able to play all of the games. I mean, we have people who have been playing on Xbox for decades, have invested thousands and thousands of dollars and hours with us, and to be able to take all of those games with them into the hardware of the future. So one of the decisions I made when I came in and became president.
Are you going to make your stuff playable on an iPad? Just like one of your key hardware rivals? Are you going to do that? Because people aren't going to be fucking streaming their game through the Xbox, through the Microsoft Cloud on a fucking Surface Pro. They're going to be doing it on an iPad. Like, I mean, Apple's going to grab you by the balls. Your lady balls.
At Xbox was to establish a team dedicated to that, to game preservation and ensuring that future generations, future iterations, that you get to take those things with you forward.
You can see that face she just made? Look at that face. That little, wait.
With you forward.
That face right there. Look at that face. That face is like a... Oh, fuck, I don't know, man. That is the face of reservation right there, if I've ever seen one. Oh, man. You could tell that she's actually kind of struggling through this interview. Like, she knows that... she knows that... I think she knows that they don't really have a really solid plan going forward. Their only plan is to bumble around until they fall into success for bankruptcy. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And I think that she's kind of admitting that through her facial expressions and her physical tics. She's kind of admitting, I think she's like admitting to that pretty much. She's not talking that, but she's displaying that absolutely. Like, they don't really have a plan. They're just kind of stumbling around in the dark right now.
The next part of that is saying, okay, I get to bring those games with me. I'm invested in those games. I get an incredible high-performance experience on my console, but also continuing our commitment to make sure that gamers can bring their games with them wherever they want to play. That my Xbox library is something that can go with me and that I can enjoy with others. So our long-term...
Well, the thing is that if I could play my Xbox game on any device, anywhere, why would I get a console to begin with? Like, if I could just play it on, let's say like a tablet, and then I could, broadcast that tablet to my television, why do I need a console to begin with? Like, again, this doesn't make sense to me. I really do feel like she's saying things that she thinks people wants to hear without realizing that she's communicating the fact that they don't really have a plan.
Commitment to cross-play is part of that, and our commitment to cross-progression and cloud saves, so you can pick up on one device and you can play on another is part of that. And also our investments in cloud gaming, which you referenced earlier. A lot of those who use cloud gaming are people who own a console. They're just, they want to play it on another device and go somewhere else. So that's the second piece. And then the last piece is about Game Pass. We know our core users love Game Pass. Game Pass is a gaming subscription. You get a whole portfolio of games, but importantly, you get every single one of our games that we build day one in Game Pass. And the quality and the breadth of those games has only been going up over time, and you're going to see some more really big games going into Game Pass later this year.
Really big games going into Game Pass. Do you think that she's talking about Call of Duty? I think she's talking about Call of Duty there. That's what I think. Which is going to be fucking... That is such a massive gamble. That is such a massive gamble. And I don't... It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Activision's
across the whole slate.
Hellblade? Maybe. I think Hellblade is too niche.
Across the whole slate, you're going to see some really amazing things. And keeping that as something that is really special for Xbox players is central for us.
A lot of the focus at this conference today has been AI, but AI for gamers is a little different than we talk about AI for the enterprise or for healthcare. Where do you think AI will be important, both to players and to game developers, and how is Microsoft investing against that?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much the end of the relevant parts of this interview. So, but yeah, I don't think that they have a plan. I don't think that they have a really concrete plan. I think that they're fucking scattered in the wind right now, and they really don't know what to do. 2023 was probably the worst year for Xbox ever. And I don't think they're not going to recover from it. I don't know what they're going to do, but I don't think that this world is long for not just Xbox but Microsoft gaming. Because that's the thing, if they go all in on just Call of Duty and Candy Crush and all these really, really vanilla, safe, boring as fuck mainstream games like that, and that's all they're gonna do, all they're gonna do is bleed people out. That's all. People are just gonna bleed out until it just dies a slow, agonizing death. So yeah, things are looking grim for Microsoft, especially. I have to say, at least I think so. First, I think something like Game Pass are great for indie games getting into platforms at decreased or already paid for. Well, honestly, the best thing that it offers to indie games is exposure. That's the best thing that Game Pass can offer to indie games is exposure. Gives them a chance to play it out and see if they like the studio. Yeah, exactly. It's exposure. That's the best thing that an indie game can get from Game Pass. What do you plans for AI? If the answer is anything other than make waifus who would tell you you're cute and tell you to drink more water, it's a wrong answer. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to get into the AI weeds on this stream. I want to move on, but I think we've exhausted the topic at this point. But I think that's a good overview of what the hell is going on with Microsoft, and I personally think that they're just not long for the game development world. I really don't. I think they're gonna turn into a third-rate, hosting platform for other games and a handful of first parties, and they're just gonna slowly bleed out. That's what I think is gonna happen. Okay, it has been. When did I start? 7. It's been almost 5 hours. I got enough time for a couple more. Let's see here. Let me. Okay. Let's do some fun shit to end the stream. Let's find a couple of smaller fun things to do. We can make fun of Warner Brothers losing $200 million on Suicide Squad. We could talk about Boy Scouts of America killing themselves in Minecraft. Xbox 360 was the glory days. Oh, I know, man. That's actually the only Xbox console I've ever owned was the 360. It's fucking great, man. I don't... Oh, there's a cathartic one. This is a quick one. See this one real quick. This was funny. I found this very cathartic, actually. Studio that helped work on controversial Pokemon Go avatars hit with layoffs. Oh man, say it ain't so. I wanted to talk about this just shortly, just because of I talked about the terrible avatars in the Melanie Mac video on the last React stream. So then this happened, and I was like, oh man, I have to do the follow-up, right? Anyway, lol. I heard Boy Sounds of America changed their name to remove all the controversial words that left me. Oh man. Boy Scouts America. Just change the name of. So Seattle-based Pokemon Go studio. I didn't know that it was a Seattle-based like third party that they hired out to do the avatars. Very, very spaceship. God, that sounds like a weirdy left coast. You know, like sketchy, like third party consulting company that probably has like a couple of pedos working inside of it. They always have these really weird, childish, infantile names, like very, very spaceship. Sweet baby and weird ghosts. They always have these like childish names. Hit with layoffs shortly after developing the controversial avatars for the game's Rediscover Go update. The lasting appeal of the Pokemon franchise means Pokemon Go is quite active in its 8th year of operation. Blah, 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 blah. Rediscover Go campaign implemented new visual updates. Okay, here's reported by game developer. This is all SEO bullshit. I'm not reading this. Various Pokemon Go developers at Very, Very Spaceship were laid off at the beginning of May, including employees that have been at the company for the past 3 to 5 years. The roles that were affected by the round of layoffs include producers, recruiters, and character artists. Character artists, that's the key one. Some of the former employees, including game producer Matt Swanson and HR manager Sarah Carbon, HR got hit, shared with the news of their departure on LinkedIn. Senior 3D character artist Kelsey Martin was also laid off after spending 4 years at the company and helped lead development of the new Pokemon Go avatar system. Kelsey Martin, may you never find work in the industry again. The layoffs begin on May 1st. They already happened. Producers, recruiters, and HR staff. That's always good. It's always a good thing. Artists for in-game models and characters, etc. So it's like the people directly responsible for the Pokemon Go shit got laid off. The exact number of employees affected by the layoffs at Very, Very Spaceship, and they keep saying at Very, Very Spaceship. It's again, I fucking hate SEO writing, like heavy-handed SEO writing. They say it again here. It's like, God, stop. The exact cost of the layoffs are currently known. Currently, VVS supports the development of Pokemon Go by working on tentpole features, including the game's avatars, while assisting Niantic. The studio is also working on its own original game, blah, 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 blah. True extent is unclear, but all you gotta know is that, yeah, they laid off a bunch of people that weren't directly involved in the avatars. Good riddance. Fuck them. Get on my van, LLC. Yeah, totally. Jesus. Not even a logical meaning to the name. Yeah, it's again, it's childish nonsense. I can't stand this kind of, like, every time you see a studio that has this kind of childish, nonsensical name like this, the name alone is a red flag. But anyway, that was just a really, really quick little thing I wanted to highlight because I thought it was fucking hilarious. Here, let me find something else. I'm not gonna go over. I think everybody's pretty familiar with Alyssa Mercante and her doxing shenanigans. I think everybody's probably knowledgeable of that. What else we got? What is this? Teens win $1 million lawsuit after getting kicked out of woke school. The thumbnail has kids in like what looks like blackface. That looks fun. Let's see here. We could do that one. My gosh, what did you post? Oh. Okay, yeah, I can see. I can see why that warrants its whole entire own stream. Outlaw. Yeah. Okay. That could be a stream. We could do that at some point in the near future. I could see that happening. But not now though. Not now though. That video alone is like an hour and a half. I'm not doing that right now. I don't know. I kind of want to move away from gaming. So let's see. We could talk about the Boy Scouts of America changing their name. We could talk about... Here, let me make a poll, actually. Let me just do a poll. Poll. Okay. Final... let's do... Then what else we got? Okay, we can do the Romeo and Juliet U.S. military version. Okay, and then last option will be... We did that. Let's see here. Okay, I got it. We're gonna do all right, poll is out. We have 4 options. A U.S. soldier arrested in Russia. We have an obese celibate. The Scouts rebrand. Or a bear family spotted in a nice California home. Shenanigans ensue. I will leave that up for about a minute. High note is the bears. Oh man, I feel like I want to do another stream that's centered around these two criminals that got elected in their various towns. Like there's the Chicago super mayor. I feel like that could be its own stream, just going over like actual Justice Warriors like saga, covering the insane, ridiculous stuff that shenanigans pulled off by the Chicago super mayor. That could easily be its own stream. Oh, there's some other good ones in here too. Damn it. Okay, it looks like the poll is sitting at. We got a tie. We need a tiebreaker, chat. How many people have voted? Let me see. I got 5 votes. I need a tiebreaker here. It's between Bear Family and U.S. Soldiers. I'm kind of leaning toward Bear Family because it's more lighthearted. And the only thing that I got that I didn't cover that I kind of wanted to cover was Gary from Nerdrotic made an appearance on Fox News for an interview. It was like a long form interview too. But it's very, very like basic vanilla shit. So I don't think there's anything particularly enlightening about it, you know? I just think it's cool that he made it onto like Fox News. That's all. Come on, it's only on 5 votes. I need a tiebreaker. If I don't get a tiebreaker in the next 15 seconds, I'm going to go with Bear Family in the pool. Okay. We're doing Bear Family. I'm taking I'm making an executive decision of the pool, and I'm going to do Bear Family in the pool. So let me find it. There it is. Oh crap! I came up on the wrong window. No, bad. That. That. Close. Okay. Right. Bear Family makes backyard visit to Southern California home. Video. Ooh, there's video. I might need to reload this page. There's a lot of cookies and shit I need to activate, I think. Reload this. There it is. Okay. A mama bear and cubs found a large tree to scratch on and a clean pool to take a dip in when visiting the backyard of a Monrovia home one day. Video recorded by Ricky Martinez 87 and shared with KTLA showed the 3 bears wandering up the backyard pool around 12:30 p.m. when Mama Bear decided to cool off in the water. The baby bears were not as sure about jumping in and stayed poolside to watch their mother go for a swim. Aww. I guess this is the video right up here. It's weird though. I don't know why. Not. Okay, I gotta find a way to get this. It's gonna crop it, but I think it'll probably be okay. Okay, let's play this.
Check out this bear family spotted wandering through the backyard of a home in Monrovia. The mama bear and her 2 cubs were caught on.
That is a grizzly too, by the way. That is fucking that is a killer. With its 2 cubs right there, that is a killer bear.
Camera while taking a stroll in the backyard pool area yesterday. Video showed mom cooling off in the pool.
She gets into the.
On. Oh my god! The trio then climbed a tree.
You see the women? This is a good circle back to the bear question. They're like, oh, that's so cute. They have no fucking clue how dangerous these fucking things are. No idea. The bears with the inflatable bear. Oh yeah. This doesn't look like a bear at first glance, though. Let's be real. So, you don't mess with a bear. You really don't mess with a bear with cubs. Yeah, exactly. You just this thing is in killer mode right now, and you hear the reporters, "Oh, it's so cute." It's like, fuck. These are absolutely bear-pilled women.
Before casually walking down the driveway and back into a wooded area. Wildlife experts say spring, of course, is the time of year when California's bears emerge from their winter dens in search of food and, cooling off at the pool because they're attracted to anything edible or smell.
That's another thing people forget is that bears can climb. They can climb trees, and they can do it pretty damn well, too. People forget about that. Like, it's hard to get away from a bear.
Smelly, their search often leads them into residential neighborhoods. So be aware if you live in those foothills. You got to make sure your area isn't smelly.
I could watch that all morning.
I know.
Aren't they the cutest
They
thing?
are the cutest
My
things.
God.
Aw.
And the homeowners.
Aw.
Good taste, great homes.
Oh yeah,
beautiful.
gorgeous.
Beautiful homes.
Very well decorated.
Yes.
Landscape.
Following mama.
And you could tell it seemed like they were
Footprints.
obviously behind the glass, just
Right.
following them around the home.
Yeah. Oh my. It gets more
now I'm more
spectacular.
interested in the home.
Right?
Right?
Gorgeous
Gets more
view.
spectacular.
Oh, look at that.
But they're adorable. Love them.
Even the dude is bear-pilled. Oh, man. Is this going to autoplay on me? Don't autoplay on me.
We have breaking news. An LAPD officer.
I knew it was going to autoplay. Several videos of the visit were posted, including recordings of the bear family right next to the home's windows. The trio eventually headed over to a tree they used for climbing and scratching before walking down the home's driveway and back into the nearby wooded area. I could watch that all morning, KTLA's Chris Cobble said after viewing the video. Wildlife experts say this is the time of year when bears emerge from their winter dens and search for food, which often leads them into residential neighborhoods. Well, I hope they were armed, but dude, these are bougie California residents. You think they're armed? You have the right to bear arms. Hard. I guess they might be. I don't know. I guess it depends. If you have the money, you often get armed. Oh yeah, that is true. A lot of lefties who rail about gun control are hypocritically well armed. And if they're in bear country, that makes sense too. Yeah, I could see that. Fair enough. Because that was so damn short, and we had a tie with the vote, I think I'm gonna also do that that army arrest story. Let me get that up. We'll end it with that one. Okay, there's a bunch of these. Okay, this is one that you posted, Outlaw. What's the better one? Which one should I go for? The Fox News ones or the Daily Mail one? Or the Daily Beast one? I don't want to do Daily Beast. I don't like Daily Beast. Updates in order? Oh, so I should go in order? Okay. Okay. Come on, load the image. Whatever, okay. Site. That. Let me open. Oh my gosh, it's forcing me to disable my ad blocker on Fox. God damn it. That one. Nope, that didn't work. I might not be able to do the Fox one. It is adamant about allowing ads. Come on. That one? Ugh. Okay, Fox isn't gonna work. It's being way too adamant. Now it's auto-playing videos that I can't even tell it to stop. That. Okay, yeah, Fox one's not gonna. I'm not dealing with the Fox one. Let's go to the male one. Okay. Okay. Married, quote unquote, U.S. soldier Gordon Black, arrested in Russia, was, quote, visiting his girlfriend when he was detained on theft charges, his mom says. So the bullet points are: Staff Sergeant Gordon Black, 35, had just finished his service in South Korea. His mother said he was visiting his girlfriend who had been deported to Russia. Oof. An American soldier arrested in Russia was visiting his girlfriend when he was detained on theft charges, according to his mother. Staff Sergeant Gordon Black had reportedly just finished his service in South Korea and traveled to Russia without any kind of permission. Well, that was a bad idea. On Thursday, Black, who's reported to be married, was arrested for theft in Vladivostok, a port sitting near Russia's border with North Korea and China. Kremlin-controlled Russia TV has reported Black was arrested for beating a woman identified as Alexa Viktorovna, 31, and stealing money from her. Speaking to Good Morning America, his mother, Melody Jones, said Black was on a 2-week leave when he traveled to Russia and that she felt he was being set up because she suspected his girlfriend was a spy. Damn, is Gordon here getting honeypotted? Is that why he beat her? Because he found out that she was honeypotting him? I told him I was really uncomfortable, the concerned mother said. I had a bad feeling about him going, but he went anyway. I knew something was going to happen. Interesting. Okay, this is all coming from his mom, though. His mom thinks that her son was getting honeypotted. Black was questioned for 9 hours upon arrival at a Russian airport. 9 hours, Jones said, adding that she does not know if her son had a visa to visit Russia. Probably not. Jones said Black met his girlfriend at a club in South Korea over a year ago, and they had a volatile relationship. Oh, that's a good start. Black had reportedly claimed his girlfriend got deported from South Korea after they were involved in a dispute in the fall of 2023. Pictures posted on social media say that 2 weeks after coming to Vladivostok, the U.S. Army Staff Sergeant beat his beloved and stole 200,000 rubles from her. How much is that worth in dollars? Trumped up charges, mom claimed honeypot via Daily Mail. Okay. So this is pretty much all going off of the word of his mom right now. Okay. Hang on. Let me do a quick little search here. Rubles to dollar conversion. 200,000. So that's like $2,100 basically. Okay, so that's not as much as it sounds. Although that is a lot of cash we're carrying around. The conversion thing said like $2,170 and some odd cents. That's what the conversion thing said. Yeah, but it's 200,000 rubles. Not 20,000. Yeah. The court did not list any charge of violence against him. Pro-Kremlin Baza news outlet with links to law enforcement said Gordon came to Russia in mid-April. Black man, his girlfriend in the club, we know that. Oh, that's hot. That's fucking hot. Alexa Viktorovna's. About 2 weeks later, they quarreled, and according to Alexa, Gordon beat her. Wait, who was Alexa again? Oh, it's the girlfriend. Okay. Let's see here. The court ordered him to be held in pretrial detention until July 2nd on a charge that could see him in jail for 5 years. Black was supposed to transfer from South Korea to Fort Cavazos in Texas. The Russian Foreign Ministry's office in Vladivostok has said Black's arrest is not political or related to espionage. Okay, what the hell is it related to then? The National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said the U.S. was aware of the cause, but could not say much more at the moment. Army spokeswoman Cynthia O. Smith said the Russian Federation notified the U.S. Department of State of the criminal detention in accordance with the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations. Damn, she's got some fucking meaty calf muscles. God damn. That's Fort Hood? Oh, okay. I was going to say, I never heard of Fort Cavazos. Let's see. The Army notified his family, and the U.S. Department of State is providing appropriate consular support to the soldier in Russia. Given the sensitivity of this matter, we are unable to provide additional details at this time. Black is now one of several American citizens currently in prison in Russia. Well, that list does not include Brittany Griner anymore. Because Joe Biden, in his infinite wisdom, traded a lesbian basketball player who knowingly brought weed into the country illegally for the merchant of death. Thanks, Biden. Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich has been held by Russia since last March. Meanwhile, former Marine Paul Whelan, Paul Whelan is the Marine who was brought up in contrast to Brittany Griner. We traded a women's basketball player who is only famous for bringing weed into Russia for the merchant of death, when we could have traded for Paul Whelan, an actual serviceman, because we're run by smart people in America. He also did this to himself. He was told several times not to go there. He went to Russia via China. Yeah, it's just... Both are wrongfully detained, according to the U.S. government. Moreover, Russian ballerina Ksenia Karelina has been jailed in Russia since January. I think it means for donating $51 to Ukraine. Oh, damn. Oh my god, imagine sitting in a Russian prison because you gave $50 to Ukraine. Ow. Ow. Oh man, that's rough. That is rough. Paul had a dishonorable discharge, if I recall, so he doesn't get a whole lot of leeway on the U.S. side, but doesn't mean... I mean, I still think it's better than a fucking pot-smoking WNBA player. He was charged with treason and faces up to 20 years in jail for making a small donation to the humanitarian charity Razom on the day Russia invaded Ukraine. God, that is so rough, man. The payment was discovered after her phone was seized when she flew into Yekaterinburg's Kosovo airport on January 2nd, planning to visit her 90-year-old grandparents in time for Russia's Christmas Day. The U.S. government has warned U.S. citizens against traveling to Russia. I would think so, since we're funding the war against them. That's probably not a good idea. Oh, man. Okay, this continues, though. This continues. So that was the mail. The next is the final chunk of this story. Jailed U.S. soldier was warned against visiting girlfriend in Russia. Okay, so this is basically saying, we're realizing that it's his fault. The parents of Gordon Black, an American soldier who was arrested in Russia last week, had warned him against flying to the city of Vladivostok to meet his girlfriend, quote-unquote, according to his stepfather. Black's stepfather, Martin Jones, told the Daily Beast that the American soldier had mentioned wanting to visit Russia when they last spoke over Facebook a few weeks ago. He mentioned it once, and we told him, "Don't you dare do it." Jones, 53, said in a phone interview, "I told him he needs to get back to the States. That's all I told him. I told him he had no business being there." U.S. Staff Sergeant Gordon Black is featured in numerous videos posted on TikTok by Alexandra Vashkuk. a Vladivostok native who refers to Black as her quote-unquote husband. The two are shown together in South Korea, where Black was based and Vasyuk reportedly lived for a number of years. Black's partner had moved back to Russia after being deported from South Korea a while back. Jones said, adding that the U.S. soldier's so-called girlfriend was the reason Black went on the trip. God, man, this is what you get, man. You're thinking with the little head and not with the big head. It never works out well. It just doesn't. It's a recipe for disaster, man. You never. There's only enough blood in your body to fuel one of your brains, and you need to choose the right one. Black's actual wife, she didn't know about this until after he was arrested, of course. Let's see. We're very worried, and it's very stressful. In one TikTok video apparently shot after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Black expressed sympathy for Moscow, saying, America, I think NATO is pretty aggressive, honestly. I understand Russia's position, obviously. They want to defend their country. Kind of base. Vasyuk set her TikTok profile to private on Tuesday as details of the case against Black trickled out. A Telegram channel known to be close with Russian law enforcement said Black had been placed in a cell with other first-timers who are struggling to communicate with him in English. Oof. At least he has his own bucket in which to shit. The channel also claims Black has a history of beating Vasyuk, who is said to have called the police on him over an incident in South Korea. Man, like, he's going through all this so he has a chance to beat the girl? That's, I think this guy has got a few screws loose. He's charged with theft causing significant damage to a citizen, which carries a maximum penalty of 5 years behind bars. Unnamed U.S. officials told the AP that Black and his Russian girlfriend had gotten into a domestic dispute last fall while they were in South Korea, and she left the country shortly after. Well then, I guess that's the end of the saga for now then. So the very last paragraph should lay more credence to the charges. Yeah, the fact that the U.S. government is basically telling the press that the domestic violence is real and all this other kind of stuff. Yeah, I would think so. It's looking like this is very much a fucked up dude who went out of his way to get into trouble. Like, you go into the country illegally to beat a citizen. They're gonna arrest you for that. Doesn't an F around and find out situation? Yeah, it really does. It really does. Latest part of job just shows the route he went to Russia. Okay. But it said he went through China, right? This is from Yahoo. Why aren't any of these outlets doing their own follow-ups? Why is this like... It's all just switching back and forth. U.S. soldier bucked army rules before arrested Russia. Oh, God. Before his arrest in Russia, U.S. soldier Gordon Black not only broke army rules by traveling to the Russian city of Vladivostok without authorization, but it did so after passing through China, which is also probably illegal or something against some kind of military rules, I would think. Details about Black started to emerge on Tuesday of risk-taking behavior. That's a very diplomatic way of putting it. That saw the 34-year-old Army Staff Sergeant's luck run out after he followed his girlfriend to Russia while he was on a personal leave from military service. Yeah, he broke all these rules only to beat up the girlfriend, steal her money, and then get arrested for theft and violence and battery and whatever. It's like, what the fuck? We already kind of know all this stuff. Wait, you said that there's... Black's mother left. I knew this was going to happen. U.S. citizen who named is William Russell in custody for 10 days for petty... Damn, this is a hell of a charge. Petty hooliganism? That sounds fucking amazing. Oh, man. Rubbing my face hurts. Me too, my friend. And leave to travel back to the U.S. from South Korea. He went to China and then to Russia. Yeah, exactly. Like, he really went out of his way to break a lot of rules and protocols just to beat up a girl, steal her money, and then get arrested for theft and battery. In a pretty much a hostile nation at this point. I mean, this guy was really playing fiddle with the devil. You know what I mean? Like, you're just asking for it in so many ways. I'm actually kind of surprised he was able to get through China. Like, you think that he wouldn't have gotten past China, but I guess he did, and he made it into Russia, which is, yeah, I wouldn't have thought that that he'd have gotten through China, honestly. Wow, what a weird story of a weird dude. He's got one of those faces too, doesn't he? He really does. He's got, like, you could tell that he's got like this deep receding hairline that he's like trying to hide with this little comb over hairdo. He's got a weak chin, you know, pretty soft features. He looks like one of those guys. You know, he's got that look. I don't know what it is. He's got that look. Having an affair, and it made massive news because he tried to steal from his girlfriend. So speculated there was a chance he was being blackmailed by her, and he tried to take the evidence. But I think that's giving too much credit. Yeah, I don't. That sounds like that you're giving him way too much credit with that. I think when he's an infantryman, yeah, it's like he turned his dick into a dowsing rod, you know. Got his pee-pee hard, and he just kind of stuck it out there and let it guide the way, and he got fucked over for it. That's what you get. That's what you get for fucking around like that. You know, next time, don't travel through two potentially hostile nations to potentially get your dick wet, only to end up, you know, beating and thieving the person, you know, the said dick wetter giver. Don't do that, and you won't end up in a prison in which you are given a collective bucket in which to shit. That's like a pretty good way to avoid that outcome. All right. Okay, I'm tired, chat. I'm tired. It's past midnight for me. So let me switch back over to my normal chat here. Get something. All right, boy. Another man. These streams all seem to hover around 5 hours long. But I love them. I love fucking doing these streams. I want to start doing them every week as soon as possible. I really do. Which, realistically, is going to be probably July. I gave a spiel on why yesterday on stream. If you weren't here, it's because I'm going to be basically in a transition period in June because I'm putting my house on the market in June, and I'm going to be moving into my parents' place until, like, you know, buy my house and where I'm going. So it's going to be just a little... It's going to be tough. I'm going to stream, but it's going to be a little different during that period. But after that, once I get stabilized again, we're going to start doing these streams every week. Because these are the honest to God funnest streams that I do. So... do you think he'll be able to whistle the Russian national anthem out of his backside if he ever makes it out of prison? Well, I hope so, because at least he got something out of the trip. If he can learn to whistle out of his butthole, at least he gained a skill, right? And I'm getting to sleep when this is over. Well, we're ending it right now. First Furry, now trans. That pipeline is real. What? What? I'm not in this pipeline. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Stereotypes. Stanley Collins. Oh, I said I'm transit. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Well, what I'm gonna be. Yeah, I'm gonna basically. Well, because what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna basically do like house hunting. I'm gonna travel to where I'm buying my house once a month, and I'm gonna basically spend 1 week a month in Florida doing like open houses and stuff while they work out of my hotel room. So streaming during that week is gonna be tough. But hopefully I only have to do that 1 or 2 months, and that's it. Hopefully I'll find a house pretty quick, get moved in, and hopefully I'll be moved in by like the end of July, ideally, depending on how fast closing happens and that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be tumultuous. I'm going to stream and stick to my normal schedule as much as I can, but that's all I can commit to. But anyway, we're not there yet. We're back with our normal schedule starting next week, and that begins Tuesday. We're still playing through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on Tuesday, so look forward to that. Thumbnails will go up tomorrow, hopefully, and that's all I got, chat. I'm gonna give you the rest of your night back, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Watch is yours, chat. Take care. Oh. Keep it ombre, dickhead.